Okay, good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon and welcome to the San Francisco Planning Commission hearing for Thursday, July 13th, 2023. To enable public participation, SFGov TV is broadcasting and streaming this hearing live, and we will receive public comment for each item on today's agenda. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes, and when you have 30 seconds remaining, you will hear a chime indicating your time is almost up. When your allotted time is reached, I will announce that your time is up and take the next person queued to speak. We will take public comment from persons in City Hall first and then open up the remote access lines. For those persons calling in to submit their testimony, you need to call 415-655-0001 and enter access code 2662-895-9697 and press pound twice. Please wait for the item you are interested in speaking to and for public comment to be announced. To comment, you must enter *3 to raise your hand. Once you've raised your hand, you'll hear a prompt that you've raised your hand to ask a question. Please wait to speak until the host calls on you. When you hear that your line has been unmuted, that is your indication to begin speaking. For those joining us via WebEx, please log in via the link found on today's agenda and enter password CPC2023 and use the raised hand icon to ask a question. You will hear a beep and then see a prompt that the host has unmuted you, and that is your indication to begin speaking. Best practices are to call from a quiet location and please mute the volume on your television or computer. For those persons attending here in the chambers, please line up on the screen side of the room or to your right. And again, if you care to state your name for the record. Finally, I'll ask that we all silence any mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And at this time, I'd like to take roll. Commission President Tanner.
Here.
Commissioner Braun.
Here.
Commissioner Diamond.
Here.
Commissioner Imperial.
Here.
Commissioner Koppel.
Here.
And welcome back, Commissioner Ruiz.
Thank you. Here.
We do expect Commissioner Moore to be absent today. And welcome to the high school and university student interns occupying the rear few rows of today's chambers.
Welcome.
Commissioners, first on your agenda is consideration of items proposed for continuance. Item 1, case number 2022-006707 CUA for the property at 1240 Stanton Street, conditional use authorization. It is proposed to be continued to October 5th, 2023. I have no other items to be or proposed to be continued, so we should open up public comment. Members of the public, this is your opportunity to address the Commission on their consent calendar. Again, you need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx. If you're in the chambers, please come forward. Seeing no requests to speak, Commissioners, public comment on your consent calendar is closed, and it is now before you.
Commissioner Braun?
Move to continue item 1.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to continue, item 1 is proposed. Commissioner Braun?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Diamond?
Aye.
Commissioner Imperial?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
And Commission President Tanner?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0, and will place us under your consent calendar. All matters listed here under constituted consent calendar are considered to be routine by the Planning Commission and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the Commission, the public, or staff so requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing. Item 2, case number 2015-007816 CUA-02 for the property at 400 through 444 Divisadero and 1048 through 1064 Oak Streets, a conditional use and planned unit development authorization. And Commissioners, you will be considered the revised or the amended motion that you received today and was made available through your correspondence folder to members of the public. Item 3, case number 2022-007507 CUA at 8 Buchanan Street, number 210, conditional use authorization. Item 4, case number 2022-006560 CUA at 8 Buchanan Street, number 403, conditional use authorization. Item 5, case number 2022-010149 CUA 96 Caselli Avenue, conditional use authorization. Item 6, case number 2023-000361 CUA for the property at 6000 Gary Boulevard, conditional use authorization. Item 7, case number 2023-001397, CUA at 2025 Van Ness Avenue, conditional use authorization. And item 8, case number 2021-007063, CUA for the property at 0 Alamany Boulevard / Tompkins Avenue, also a conditional use authorization. Members of the public, or anyone for that matter, this is your opportunity to request that any of these items be pulled off of consent and considered at today's hearing or a future hearing. Again, if you're in the chambers, please come forward. If you're calling in remotely, you need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx. Seeing no requests to speak, commissioners, your consent calendar is now before you.
Sorry.
Calendar. Commissioner Diamond.
Move to approve the consent items.
Second.
Thank you, commissioners. On that motion to approve all items under your consent calendar, Commissioner Braun,
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz,
Aye.
Commissioner Diamond,
Aye.
Commissioner Imperial,
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel,
Aye.
and Commission President Tanner.
Aye.
So moved, commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, that will place us now under commission matters. Item 9 for your land acknowledgement.
Thank you. I've asked Commissioner Ruiz. We're so happy to have you back to share the land acknowledgement today. And we'll just give a moment for folks to clear out of the chamber before you begin. But yeah, it's great to have you here.
Thanks, everybody. Happy to be back. The Planning Commission acknowledges that we are on the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. As the indigenous stewards of this land and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. As guests, we recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland. We wish to pay our respects by acknowledging the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone community and by affirming their sovereign rights as First Peoples.
Thank you. Item 10, consideration of adoption draft minutes for June 29th, 2023. Members of the public, this is your opportunity to address the commission on their minutes. Again, if you're in the chambers, please come forward. If you're calling in remotely, you need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx. Seeing no requests to speak, commissioners, your minutes are now before you.
Commissioner Braun.
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Thank you, commissioners. On that motion to adopt the minutes, Commissioner Braun,
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz,
Aye.
Commissioner Diamond,
Aye.
Commissioner Imperial,
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel,
Aye.
and Commission President Tanner.
Aye.
So moved, commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Item 11, commission comments and questions.
Commissioner Diamond.
Thank you. I want to raise an issue that was brought to my attention by the divis item we just approved. I was happy with how we resolved the divisadero item, so I didn't take it off consent, but it raises a broader issue that I think is appropriate for us to think about going forward. So as we get this increasing number of extensions, I believe that how the property is maintained during this time period where construction is not occurring is critically important. In that particular case, the neighbors brought it to our attention through this Planning Commission agendized item for the extension. And ultimately, a series of agreements were worked out that were enforced, that we will be able to enforce because they were adopted as conditions of approval. So I think it's worth some discussion, Director Hillis, about how we proceed going forward. I recognize that every property is different. Some are vacant, some have dilapidated buildings on them, some are in better shape. So how do we, as a matter of course, understand the nature of the property before the extension is granted? And it's particularly pertinent, I think, that we think about this because later in today's agenda, in conjunction with some of the legislation, there is a portion of the legislation that would have us delegate authority on extensions to the planning department. And so how do neighbors have notice of what's going on in order to bring it to our attention? I guess I'm thinking that, a standard condition might be appropriate, that, that we broadly devise to deal with different scenarios. But I'm open to anything so long as we're not asking neighbors to live with poorly maintained properties while the developer is trying to decide when he or she may move forward.
Great. I think thanks for that, Commissioner Diamond. Director Hillis, do you want to respond?
Yeah, I mean, I think, and we've spoken about this, Commissioner Diamond, and I think we can look at either a standard condition or a condition we apply on a case-by-case basis for these projects. I was thinking about this when as I was walking over here. I mean, Divisadero was in operation when we approved this project. And it's not just during the extension that there were issues. It's been during this kind of initial period of entitlement. So I think we can look internally at either a standard condition or a standard condition plus some things we may want to add on for vacant parcels to respond to this issue, because I know it's been an issue and saw the response from neighbors about Divisadero, and I think we have that issue elsewhere as well.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we are not dependent upon neighbors to bring it to our attention.
Yeah.
I feel like we should be proactive in understanding the situation on these properties and in requiring the project sponsors, to undertake the appropriate maintenance so that the adjacent neighbors, don't deal with all the negative impacts of poor maintenance.
And the city's got obviously rules, around graffiti abatement and things like that. So let us work with some of our fellow agencies like DPW and DBI and craft either a standard condition or a condition we can use for these situations.
Thank you.
I would just add my voice to second that discussion as we go forward to make sure, because a property could be in one condition when we entitle it and change hands and things can happen and time goes on. So certainly looking forward to that. Commissioner Brown, I saw you had your hand up, but it went down. Did you want to add something? Are you all right?
No, I was just going to ask that we, as that standard language is developed, it would be helpful to understand to what extent some of this is just the responsibility primarily through code enforcement, and something that's already kind of on the books, but I am in full support of the idea of doubling down on including conditions as well.
Thank you. Great. Shall we do the resolution now for Claudia? Awesome. Well, it's my privilege to do a resolution recognizing Claudia Flores for her great work and contributions to the planning department. I'm going to read just a few parts of this wonderful resolution, but just suffice it to say, I don't think it fully covers the contributions you've made to this department, to this city, and we have been so blessed to have you on our staff and as a part of a leader of this department. So really just so grateful to be able to offer just a few words recognizing your service here. Whereas Claudia Flores received her graduate degree from Princeton University and her undergraduate degree from the University of California, Berkeley, and whereas Claudia has served the San Francisco Planning Department for 17 years, both in the citywide and community equity divisions, and whereas as a mixed race, mestiza female, and immigrant, Claudia remained respectful towards and anchored in the strength of her ancestors, and whereas a resilient and innovative leader, Claudia brought knowledge to challenge the planning department's approaches that were harmful to our communities. Whereas Claudia was instrumental in the development and adoption of the Centering Planning on Racial and Social Equity resolutions by the Planning Commission and Historic Preservation Commission, and whereas Claudia has normalized, organized, and operationalized racial equity at the planning department such that the department can maintain this work beyond any staff's tenure, and therefore be it resolved that the San Francisco Planning Commission and the Planning Director express their deepest appreciation to Claudia Flores in recognition of her substantial work at the San Francisco Planning Department and extraordinary service to our communities of color and low-income communities, and for her leadership and mentorship of staff and the impact she continues to make in San Francisco and beyond, and wishes her every success in her new role at the city's Office of Racial Equity. So I hope we'll break from protocol a little bit just to give Claudia a round of applause. And I'll make space if other commissioners or other staff would like to say a few words to Claudia. Director Hillis.
Add my thanks and congratulations. I mean, Claudia is moving on to do similar work that she's done for our department, for the city, for the entire city, and it's appropriate. I mean, we're going to miss Claudia, extremely miss her at the department and the work she's done, but she's taking that role on citywide. you called out the work she's directly done, like MAP 22 and our equity plan, but I think a lot of the things you are seeing today we're taking on because of the work Claudia's done, whether it's our housing element or our community equity division and the work we're doing in communities. She's really led the way. So I just want to add to my thanks and appreciation for all her work. And she's a great person, so we will miss her.
Here, here. Miriam?
Miriam Chun, Planning Department. I just want to join this thank you and recognize Claudia for her resilience. She started this work when things were not that well established, for opening the road and for having these delicate conversations with community folks and with staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Imperial?
Yeah, first of all, congratulations moving into a different department, and also congratulations to all the contribution that you have contributed to the planning department and to the community. Before coming to the planning commission, I know more you as on the community side, and it is a demonstration of your partnership that you really want to work with the community, and that speaks a lot to me personally. So congratulations on your next endeavor, and planning department is gonna miss a ton, but you left a lot at the same time too, so congratulations.
Here, here. Wonderful. Well, Claudia, do you want to say anything on your own behalf? You don't have to, but just want to give you an opportunity if you'd like to.
Yes, I had all these plans, and then it got continued, so I forgot what I was going to say. But the main thing I want to say is I'm really from a strong belief that, we just come from our families and our communities, and I just got emotional. So while I appreciate, and I take all the accolades, like we really couldn't do it alone. Like this work, was started, like the mission action plan, it was the community that asked for it, and we just stepped up to serve the community, and we had the support of our leadership, formerly our former director, our current director, same thing, racial equity plan, it was a collective staff effort. I just inherited a baton, and I was proud and happy to continue it. And I also just appreciate, I think what kept me in the agency for 17 years is just the people, right? It's the people that are committed to the city, just dedicated to making San Francisco a better place, a livable place, an equitable place. I've appreciated the commission's leadership and support of staff work, and you've been charging ahead alongside with staff. Let's try something risky, let's try something new. It's the right thing to do. So I appreciate the thanks, but I think it's all of our effort. And I'm happy to, some of my new team members are here. Thank you for all of us to continue this work together. So,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Spoken like a true community builder. And I still will say, I know personally from working alongside you, the role that you have played, the leadership that you've shown, having hard conversations, sometimes repeatedly, maybe for all of your 17 years. And being willing. Sorry, my microphone currently goes in and out. But is it on? Hi. Okay, here we go. I don't know what I said, but hopefully you heard some of it. The main point is that, yes, it's a collective effort, but hopefully you can bask a little bit in your accomplishments, and we're so happy you're not going very far. So, great. And I'm going to come down and give you this proclamation.
If there's nothing further, commissioners, we can move on to department matters, item 12, director's announcements.
Good afternoon. Welcome back, Commissioner Ruiz. Today's also, we're recognizing as Jonas said, our future planners. So our interns are here today. If you all want to stand up, that would be great. Don't be shy. Steve Vettel, stay seated. So this year we have 40 planning interns for this summer. All are being paid, and generously, thanks to San Francisco's minimum wage ordinance. 16 college interns, 24 high school interns. For the college internship, we received over 900 applications and letters of interest. So it's a great elite crowd who's here. They're working on all facets of what we do, from housing element implementation to making recommendation to make the Mills Act more equitable, historic resource context statements, parklets, transportation element, et cetera. So a ton of great work they are doing. In our Young Planners program, which is the high school program, we've grown over the years. Again, now 24 interns. I want to thank Opportunities for All, which helps fund the high school program, and our focus is on San Francisco public schools. So it's been a great partnership with Opportunities for All in our high school interns. I want to thank Commissioner Chan, who was here and kind of led the effort and pushed us to advance that program and make it more robust. I know when I was in high school, I had no idea what a planner did, but I loved cities and living in cities. And so hopefully this is giving those are high school opportunities to kind of know what we do and how they can be the future Claudia Flores' impact communities and work with communities on their dreams and hopes for the city. So thank you. I also wanted to recognize Tina Tam, who runs this program on top of her job also as a deputy zoning administrator, and does a wonderful job in making this a successful program. So thank you, Tina.
Well, it's really great to have you all here. Are they going to stay for the entire hearing or just a little bit?
You don't have to.
I will tell you just one story. My very first job out of grad school, was in a program, a government program, and I had to go to every city council meeting for a year. So I learned a lot. Look where I am now. So just to say, stay around, you might learn something. But seriously, welcome to the department. Hopefully you're having a good summer, and we just hope you learn something, whether you decide to go into planning or just learn how to be an engaged citizen involved in planning and land use. This stuff affects you, whether it's for your job or just for wherever city or town or even rural area you live in. Land use and planning is all around you. So again, welcome, and thank you, Tina. I know this is a lot of work, but you do it as a labor of love, and thank you so much for your service again.
Yeah. We broke protocol twice.
I know, no more clapping after this. Okay, everyone.
Okay, commissioners. Item 13, review of past events at the Board of Supervisors. There is no report for the Board of Appeals or the Historic Preservation Commission.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dan Sider with department staff. I am here for Aaron Starr, who can't be with us today. We had a very, very, very busy week at the board. I'm going to give you a high-level overview. If you have any questions afterwards, I'm happy to answer. At the Land Use Committee this week, they first considered changes associated with the port's waterfront plan update. These changes refreshed portions of the general plan. They expanded the waterfront SUD, and they adjusted the WDAC, the Waterfront Design Advisory Committee. Commissioners, you considered these amendments on April 20th, and you recommended approval. The committee echoed your action. They had no comments, they had no questions. No one spoke during public comment, and they did recommend that the full board approve these items. Subsequently, the committee considered Supervisor Preston's planning code and zoning map changes related to the tower at 98 Franklin, specifically the height of that tower and the associated off-site affordable housing at 600 McAllister. You heard this item in the spring on March 30th. You voted to recommend approval. Here too, members of the committee echoed your actions. No questions, no comments, and they unanimously voted to recommend that the full board approve the item, which is also right now at the Government Audit and Oversight Committee with the board today. So that's making its way through the process rapidly. The committee subsequently considered President Peskin's ordinance that deals with health services in the Polk Street NCD, as well as tobacco paraphernalia establishments, and it would do some cleanup on that front. The two, of course, not being directly related. You heard this item on June 15th. You recommended approval at the committee. Supervisor Preston signed on as a co-sponsor, and the committee recommended that the full board approve this item. It went as a committee report on Tuesday. We'll talk about that in a second. Lastly, at land use, the committee did take up Supervisor Melgar's Family Housing Opportunity SUD. In broad terms, this is a proposal that you know, of course. It would increase housing density and ease restrictions in well-resourced neighborhoods, while also subjecting newly enabled units to rent control for the most part. You heard this item on June 1st and recommended approval with a number of modifications. I'm happy to say that nearly all of these modifications were incorporated by the supervisor. There was a good deal of discussion. There were some additional changes made, generally to enhance tenant protections, to apply a bit more scrutiny to demolition of 2-unit buildings, and also to protect historic resources. At the hearing, Supervisor Engardio described his package of further amendments that would allow bigger, denser buildings on corner lots, just as he did at this commission earlier this summer. Public comment was plentiful, and it was a mixed bag. Ultimately, the board voted to duplicate the file. The duplicated file will include Supervisor Engardio's amendments, along with some other changes that will come back to you, commissioners. The original file itself will be continued, rather was continued, to next week's hearing to proceed through the board review process. And with that, the full board also heard 2 items of note to you. The first was the amnesty program for existing unpermitted awnings. This was sponsored by the mayor, by President Peskin, and by Supervisors Chan and Preston. This passed on second read, heads to the mayor's desk for signature. And on first read, the board also passed President Peskin's Polk Street Tobacco and Health Services matter that we talked about earlier in the report. That's all I have, commissioners. Thank you for your time. Happy to respond to any questions.
Are there any questions? Great, thank you so much.
Commissioners, seeing no questions, we can move on to general public comment. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. And when the number of speakers exceed the 15-minute limit, general public comment may be moved to the end of the agenda. Again, if you're in the chambers, please come forward and line up on the screen side of the room or to your right. If you're calling in remotely, you need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx. Come on up, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Commissioners. My name is Mauricio Chavez. I am one of the new organizers here in San Francisco for Carpenters Local 22. I represent the 3,000 plus members who live and work in here in the city, county. I grew up in Oakland. I'm a Bay Area native, and I wanted to come and share with you the importance of labor standards. We'll call them labor standards, right? Because we believe everybody should have these standards: apprenticeship, healthcare, retirement, as well as a wage that one can support their financial responsibilities with, without having to go to the government for help, without having to reach out for a handout. Our apprentices are trained at state-of-the-art facilities throughout Northern California, that being Fresno, Fairfield, Morgan Hill, and Pleasanton. They're trained in the most up-to-date technologies, building, I'm sorry. And as they progress their apprenticeship, they create these relationships that last a lifetime, and they learn things on the job site that one could never learn in a classroom. The healthcare benefits that prior generations have fought for and earned allowed my wife and I to get our son the help he needed. We didn't know what was going on, but he has the ADHD, and we got him the help he needs, and he's done a complete 180 in school. He's not getting sent home. He's getting A's. He's only in second grade. We have a pension and an annuity and a retirement system set up so that I know I don't have to work until I drop dead on the job site. I don't have to work until I'm 80 unless I want to, which, come on, we know. 55 and I'm out, 20 more years. No, but honestly, being able to retire with dignity and knowing that there's a light at the end of the tunnel is, as the president said, it's a blessing. It's a true blessing. I will circle back next week when there are other items on the agenda that we probably will speak on, but I just wanted to come and introduce myself. I'm the new guy in San Francisco, so you'll be seeing a lot of me moving forward. And with that, I say thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other members of the public coming forward in the chambers, let's go to our remote callers.
Oh, good afternoon. Hi, it's Georgia Shiddish. Welcome back, Commissioner Ruiz. I sent an email for general public comment about the John King article about the Sunset District contest. It was very interesting. I would also recommend, if you didn't see it, and I recommend to anybody who's listening, to check out the SFUMB website. And yes, I do read the SFUMB website, and they had really a detailed description of this contest winners in there. It was very interesting. I just make a couple of comments. One of the contest winners was on the corner, and they talked about it could be 3 units. And that reminded me of something I've talked about repeatedly, which was 1647 Sanchez, which had demo calcs that were extremely, extremely close to the thresholds. And it's one of those things that is the exception that proves the rule, that the calc should have been adjusted and the thing should have been torn down. And instead of a mega mansion that still has not sold, it's at like 9 million, 8.5 million, I forget, still has not sold. 3 units could have been there, and maybe they'd be occupied now, instead of a couple who developed it and said they were going to live there and didn't and went on to another project. The other thing I'll talk about that struck me with looking at some of these, especially the one that the winner in the contest, was the exposure. And if you look at the rendering in the paper and on the YIMBY website, it helps that they're next door to single-family homes with just 1-story over garage. So they're taking advantage, if you want to think about it, that they're taking advantage of the private property to get good exposure. And it's kind of similar to what happened at the Washington Street thing with the 10 units that people are upset about that has exposure due to the fact of the public space. So it's just something to think about going forward with all these prototypes and contest winners and what's going to happen on the west side, or what may happen on the west side. Anyway, thanks very much. Take care. Have a great day. Bye.
I'm going to
Good
call.
afternoon, Commissioners. This is Anastasia Yovanopoulos with San Francisco Tenants Union and the Race and Equity Coalition. I want to call to your attention the fact that you know that there is a pressing need for 46,000 affordable units to be built in the next 8 years of this cycle. It seems to me that when the last time there was general public comment, many people brought up the fact that we need more affordable housing. The way that Commission President Tanner addressed this issue was to acknowledge, yes, affordable housing. She turned to the director, Hillis, and says, do we have affordable housing in our inclusionary? He says, yes, we do. Well, come on, give us a break. There is just a small sliver of affordable housing in the inclusionary formula, which will be lessened if you look at the agenda for today. And this is not adequate. And you need to balance developer giveaways with making more affordable housing. And this is not being acknowledged by the planning department. Thank you.
Okay, last call for general public comment. Seeing no additional
I
requests.
want to acknowledge Commissioner Diamond, I think, wants to speak as well.
Ms. Shudish's comment about the Sunset Design Contest reminded me that I should have asked this question during general public comment. In that article, they juxtaposed those proposed designs with the Sloat Garden Center design. And I don't know about the rest of you commissioners, but I am getting nonstop questions about that particular project. Director Hillis, is that project going to be in front of the commission at some point?
Not as it's proposed. So it's not code, it's not compliant with either local law or state law. We've let the developer know through a plan check letter that it's not, and to revise the project so that the base project is code compliant, and then they can utilize the state density bonus. They've yet to do that. So there is a hearing at the Board of Appeals on kind of questioning our analysis of what's code compliant there next Wednesday. We're fairly confident that the Board of Appeals will uphold our determination of that. And so, no, it won't be before you because it's not a code compliant project that needs that you could approve.
They appealed the plan check letter? Is that what
They
what did
approved the
appeal?
zoning administrator's determination on bulk, kind of what they could build as a base project there. So that's at the Board of Appeals on Wednesday.
If they do come, assuming that that all proceeds as you're anticipating, and they come back with a redesign, it's still a state density bonus project. Would it come in front of us in light of all the new rules?
It would currently come in front of you if the rules change. It may not. But again, it's not a compliant state density bonus project.
Thank you for that
I should also note
clarification.
that on the, Georgia, Ms. Shudish brought up the design competition. That was the San Francisco AIA that held that competition. We'll send you a link. Mr. Winslow, who you've seen before here, sat on the panel to select the winners. But I think it was a great exercise, and we can send you more information on it.
Yeah, it was a really interesting article, so I'd love to see have the link access the rest of the documents.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, with that, general public comment is closed. We can move on to your regular calendar. Item 14, case number 2023-005431, PCA, the Commercial to Residential Adaptive Reuse and Downtown Economic Revitalization Planning Code Amendment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, President Tanner, Lily Langlois, Planning Department staff. The item before you is the Commercial to Residential Adaptive Reuse and Downtown Economic Revitalization legislation. This legislation was introduced on April 4th by Mayor Breed and President Peskin, Board File number 23-0371. This legislation was heard at the Planning Commission on May 4th, and the Commission recommended approval with modifications. That ordinance passed on second reading on June 27th. At the June 12th land use hearing, 4 amendments were proposed, and since those amendments were not discussed at the Planning Commission hearing on May 4th, they are now before you today. Those 4 amendments include waiving off-street loading requirements for commercial to residential adaptive reuse projects, allowing pre-existing garage entries or driveways to remain on transit preferential streets for commercial to residential adaptive reuse projects. Third, exempting existing signs in C2 zoning districts east or fronting Franklin and north of Townsend from Planning Code Section 604. Previously, this exemption had been limited to the C3 zoning district, so we would expand this exemption to also include the C2 zoning district, portions of the C2 zoning district. And the 4th amendment is to increase the threshold for projects subject to the 2-to-1 commercial to residential use limits in the C3O SD district from 15,000 square feet to 20,000 square feet. Currently, the Planning Code Section 248 requires that in the Transit Center Commercial Special Use District, all new developments on lots larger than 15,000 square feet shall include 2 square feet of commercial uses for every 1 square foot of residential uses, and this amendment would increase that threshold for projects for this requirement. The department recommends approval of these 4 modifications. There's just a technical modification that we wanted to clarify on the ordinance on page 2 to specify that the zoning district should be C3OSD rather than C3O. That concludes my presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we can open up public comment through the chair. Each member of the public will be provided 1 minute. Again, if you're in the chambers, please come forward. If you're calling in remotely, you need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx. Seeing no one in the chambers coming forward, let's go to our remote caller.
Good afternoon, President Tanner and Commissioners. This is Jake Price calling on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition, calling in support of this legislation with the proposed amendments. We know that office to housing conversions is not a silver bullet to solving our housing crisis, but it is definitely a part of the equation, and we're happy to see this effort moving forward. Especially want to give consideration to the fact that our office buildings are some of the most transit-oriented locations in the city. So we're excited to see this moving forward, and hope that you move forward with it today. Thank you.
Okay, last call for public comment. Oh, we have another caller. Ms. Natali?
Jane Matoli. This is Jane Matoli with San Francisco YIMBY. Good afternoon, commissioners. Just also want to express my support and echo a lot of what Jake said. There's no silver bullet to our housing crisis, but it's great to see that we're taking some proactive steps to rethink how we're using some of our commercial, and we think that this will be an important component. Thanks.
Okay, final. Go ahead, caller. No? Change their mind? Okay. Final last call for public comment. Seeing no request to speak, public comment is closed, and this matter is now before you, commissioners.
I want to thank the supervisors again for sponsoring this and this legislation. Thank you, Ms. Langlois, for the update. Any comments, questions, motions from commissioners? Commissioner Diamond?
Move to approve.
Second.
With staff's modifications. Very good. Commissioners, on that motion then to approve with staff modifications, Commissioner Braun?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Diamond?
Aye.
Commissioner Imperial?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
And Commission President Tanner?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. We'll now place you on item 15 for case number 2023-005422 PCA for the Inclusionary Housing and Development Impact Fee Reduction, Planning Code, and Administrative Code amendments. I believe you're in for quite the presentation. So,
Buckle up.
Yeah, where's the full screen?
Control L. Just Control L.
Good afternoon, President Tanner and members of the Commission, Kate Connor, Planning Department staff. You have before you an ordinance sponsored by Supervisor Peskin and Supervisor Safai to reduce the inclusionary housing rates as well as impact fees for projects of a certain size during certain time periods. Today we are joined by Supervisor Peskin, Ted Conrad from the Mayor's Office of Economic and Workforce Development, and Ted Egan from the Controller's Office. Before I begin my presentation, each of our guests has some opening remarks and about the proposed ordinance, and Ted Egan will provide a summary of the findings from the Technical Advisory Committee, or the TAC. After that, then I will start with my presentation. With that. I think we'll start with Ted Conrad.
Good idea.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ted Conrad from the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. Thanks very much for having us. I will leave the discussion of the details of the proposal to the Planning Department staff here today, but just wanted to come and help provide a little bit of context. This is a really important piece of legislation. We see this as being complemented by the next item that you'll be hearing, which is focused more on impact fee reform. But both items we're discussing as the housing fee reform plan. Both items here are really focused on making sure that our fee exaction structure is appropriate for the economy we're in and helping to facilitate us meeting our housing goals and facilitating our economic recovery. Excuse me. As you'll hear from the city economist Ted Egan, this piece of legislation is implementation of the recommendations made by the TAC. I'd like to thank all the TAC members and staff on their work to make those recommendations. The analysis is thoughtful, and the recommendations are sound. This legislation is this legislation is a reduction to the biggest single lever that we have to pull to improve housing feasibility, and I'm really excited by the potential impact of this legislation. I want to point out, in particular, the relief that this legislation provides for the pipeline projects. It'll help improve feasibility for those projects and speed their delivery. This is the single fastest way that we can help meet our RHNA goals and stabilize housing costs in San Francisco. Thanks very much. I think with that, I'll pass it off to Board President Peskin. Thank you.
Welcome, President Peskin.
Thank you, President Tanner, Commissioners. Aaron Peskin, sponsor of the legislation that is before you, with a little bit of legislative and policy history and background dating to the beginning of this new century that we're about a quarter into pretty quick, which is that in 2001, the Board of Supervisors, under the leadership of then Supervisor Mark Leno, passed the first inclusionary law in San Francisco. I believe it was in Section 315 of the code that had a 10% threshold for buildings of 10 units or more. By the time I left office the first time at the end of 2008, that had grown to 15%. Coming out of the Great Recession, as we now call it, that number was reduced to 12%, which was probably the right economic move at the time, but unfortunately ended up being put before the voters and frozen and made static in the charter, where during good times the number could not be increased, during bad times the number could not be decreased. And in 2016, then Supervisor Kim and myself teamed up, and a majority of the board put a charter amendment on the ballot that took that out and returned it to where it should be as a dynamic, ever-changing number based on interest rates, the cost of construction, the cost of labor, the cost of land, and what the residential market on the rental and for sale side looks like. That resulted, and by the way, at the same time, we passed a ordinance at the Board of Supervisors that for the first time created some method to the madness, put the controller in charge of overseeing an economic assessment and report, created a technical advisory committee of experts appointed by the mayor and the Board of Supervisors, and that process went quite well coming out of the 2016 election, and the inclusionary rates that we have today are a result of that process, which process, pursuant to the legislation that Jane Kim and I passed, was meant to last for a 36-month period. And were it not for COVID in 2020, we would have undertaken this. We were very public that we were not going to undertake that in 2020 or 2021. The controller had bigger fish to fry, as we all did. So we reconvened the TAC process. The board appointed its appointees. The mayor appointed theirs. The controller worked with Century Urban to come up with the study that, not so shockingly, tells us that not much, if anything, is feasible in today's environment. And that resulted in the recommendations from the TAC, and more importantly, a series of very collaborative, very open, consensual conversations between representatives of the market rate housing development community, the affordable housing community. I want to thank and acknowledge those individuals that participated, representatives from the Comptroller's Office, and Mr. Conrad and Ann Topier from the Office of Economic Workforce Development, that ultimately informed the consensual legislation that is supported by myself in my capacity as President of the Board of Supervisors and Mayor Breed, which we commend to you, and has a number of process changes that ensure that this process actually will happen in another 3 years. And I should also just say, by way of full disclosure, that this is this inclusionary legislation that is before you is inextricably linked to something that is not before you, which is a March of 2024 affordable housing bond that this supervisor and the mayor support to bring before the voters of San Francisco that will more fundamentally address the 46,000 units, or at least a small portion of the 46,000 units of affordable housing that we are mandated and need to build. So that is the other part of this package, and I just want everybody to be clear that we're all rowing together in the same direction on that, and I am available to answer any questions. But as to getting down into the details, you have a comprehensive and thorough staff report before you, and representatives from OEWD, my office, and your staff that can attempt to answer them, and I appreciate your consideration and deliberation.
Thank you so much.
And now we have Ted Egan from the Controller's Office.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ted Egan from the Controller's Office. I have copies of the final report that summarized the research that our office did with the TAC, and we issued at the end of last month for your information. And I will briefly present some of the highlights of the work that we conducted with the TAC during last fall and this spring. If we could go to the slides, I apologize for my outdated technology, but that's how we do it in our office these days.
SF Gov, we need to go to the overhead.
The overhead, yeah, that's what it's called. Thank you. So as you've heard, Section 415.10 of the Planning Code requires the Controller's Office every 3 years to conduct an economic feasibility analysis of the current inclusionary housing requirements. And as President Peskin said, this grew out of the revision to the process of setting those inclusionary housing requirements that was set in 2016 and 2017. So last year, our office contracted with Century Urban, and we reconvened the technical advisory committee that we work with after they were reappointed by the mayor and the board of supervisors. We had 4 meetings with them where we reviewed the analysis that Century Urban and their subcontractor TBD consultants, who are a construction cost estimation firm, presented. You have in front of you the final report that we issued on June 30th. So our basic approach was to work with 5 construction prototypes. We cannot assess what the maximum inclusionary requirements that every potential project in the city could sustain. So we work with a variety of construction types and a number of financial scenarios, and came up with essentially 20 models against which we assess the feasibility in the current market given today's inclusionary housing requirements. And those prototypes were a low-rise type 5 at 55 feet, a mid-rise type 3 at 95 feet, a high-rise type 1 at 135, another high-rise at 245, and a small low-rise type 5 with 45 feet. Cases 1 through 4 were the same ones which we used in our 2016-17 inclusionary analysis. For each of those prototypes, we looked at 4 potential ownership or financial scenarios: an apartment, building as an apartment and not using the state density bonus, building as an apartment but using the state density bonus, and similarly for condominiums, a non-state density bonus and a state density bonus variant. So that gave us 20 scenarios to study. For each one, Century Urban researched the current project revenues, current development costs, accounted for the fees and other exactions to estimate the residual land value, is essentially the maximum amount of land that the maximum amount that the project could afford to bid for land. And our methodology is essentially to compare that residual land value against the current price of land. If the project cannot afford the current price of land, it's said to be financially infeasible. And that is, again, the same methodology that we have used in the past. So I'm going to share with you the findings of our apartments. The columns here, A, B, C, D, and E, refer to the prototypes that I just mentioned. So we have 4 cases under consideration here. First, the base project that doesn't use the state density bonus. Secondly, the state density bonus project. And the consultants also considered a couple of very hypothetical examples, one in which there's a state density bonus, but there's no fee imposed on the bonus units. And then finally, a hypothetical project that's 100% market rate, which I think is illustrative in this case because of the results. The numbers shown in parentheses are the residual land value calculations for each case. You can see under both rows 1 and 2, the non-density bonus and the state density bonus, every prototype for apartments is negative, which means that no project is feasible even if land was free. In fact, even under a situation in which there were no inclusionary housing requirements and the project was 100% market rate, 4 of the 5 prototypes had negative land value, would not be feasible today, even if land was free. And the mid-rise project could only afford $8,000, which is well below land value. So this is a long way of saying none of the apartment projects are feasible with or without current inclusionary housing requirements. For condominiums, the story is a bit more complicated. Similar structure here where the columns are the 5 prototypes, and we're considering non-density bonus, state density bonus, the bonus with no fee, and a hypothetical 100% market rate project. For the state density bonus and base non-density bonus, none of the prototypes was able to approach the $60,000 to $70,000 per unit land cost. That is the current price of land, which means none of the projects would be feasible under today's inclusionary housing requirements. Eliminating the fee from the bonus units doesn't make very much difference. Still don't get to feasibility on any of the prototypes. There is some feasibility, however, for a 100% market rate project. In fact, the land residual there is significantly higher above. And so we pursued that for some of the projects that could potentially support some inclusionary, even at today's market conditions. And that's on this next slide. In this case, the columns are different inclusionary requirements, and the first column to the left is the current inclusionary requirement. There's a lot of detail on this chart, which is also in the report I provided, but essentially it's showing what the residual land value would be for a base and state density bonus project under different levels of inclusionary housing, starting with a low scenario D at 12.25% on-site and going up from right to left essentially to the 23.5, which is the current requirement. The easiest way to read this table is to look at the colors. Red light means not feasible, not within the $60,000 to $70,000 range. Yellow means approaching or within that range, and green means sort of comfortably above $70,000. So what this means is we only get to green, we only get to scenarios that appear to be feasible around 12.25%, the scenario D, the rightmost column. Given that split of the AMI levels, there is marginal feasibility or yellow lights for some of the projects going up to scenario B, 16.25%. You'll also note that you only see green and yellow on this chart for low rise and mid rise, and that even 12.25% on site is not enough to get close to feasibility for any of the high rise prototypes. And again, this is only for condominiums because we've already established that apartments are simply not feasible even as 100% market rate projects. But this is essentially the findings that drove our analysis, that there are some on-site requirements that do lead to feasibility for at least some of the types of projects that are proposed for construction in San Francisco. And I will just summarize by summarizing or conclude by summarizing our recommendations, which is that we recommended that first, the on-site requirements for both in apartments and condos be set in the 12 to 16% range. and that the in lieu fee percentages, which were calculated by a financial equivalent basis, be set in the 22 to 29% range. So that represents a reduction from the current levels. We also wanted to make clear that this is only should be true for a point in time, and that we are conducting a triennial economic feasibility analysis, and we are committing to completing another one in 3 years when presumably market conditions will be different. So we recommend that these conditions only be in place until April 26th, 3 years after the final meeting when they were adopted by the TAC. And then finally, we made a procedural recommendation that TAC members' terms in office should not expire, although they may be replaced at any time by their appointing authority, and that will make it easier for us to reconvene the TAC to make sure we're timely about meeting the next 3-year deadline. I should mention that at our final TAC meeting, all of these recommendations were unanimously approved by members of the TAC, and on behalf of the Controller's Office, we'd like to thank both the members of the TAC and Century Urban and the consulting team for all of their work on this. I would also mention that the TAC, as we detail in the final report, wanted to make it clear that despite the fact that the feasibility analysis points towards lowering the inclusionary housing requirements, the TAC as a whole wanted to emphasize the importance of continuing to invest in inclusionary housing, and recommended a number of policy options in addition to this that the city might pursue to improve the feasibility of housing development and the resources available for affordable housing. I believe we're going on to the next presentation, but I will be here if you have questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kate Connor, Planning Department staff. I'd also like to mention that my esteemed colleague, Carly Grove, is also available virtually should we have any questions at the end of the presentation. And then, Jonas, could I get the computer? So before you is an ordinance to reduce the inclusionary housing requirements and development impact fees. At a glance, there's 4 buckets of changes. The first is to reduce the inclusionary housing requirements for large projects. These are projects with 25 or more units, which have received final approval prior to November 1st, 2023. The second is to adopt an administrative process for allowing these projects to reduce their rates. The third bucket is to reduce inclusionary requirements as well as impact fee reductions for projects that are approved between November 1st, 2023 and November 1st, 2026, provided that they secure a first construction document within 30 months. And finally, the fourth is to modify the inclusionary program moving forward from November 1st, 2026. Before diving into the details, here's a brief summary of how the inclusionary program currently works. There are 4 variables that can affect a project's inclusionary requirement. The first is the tenure of a project. Projects with 25 units or more have different rates depending on whether they are rental or ownership projects. The second is the date that the department receives a complete application. Currently, there's annual incremental increases to the rates. This is what we refer to as the ramp. The third is the location of the project. Certain zoning districts have higher requirements. And the fourth is the project size. The number of units, and in some cases, the height of the building can affect the inclusionary percentage. I did mention that the location of the project will affect the inclusionary rate. Here's a list of the specific geographic areas that have different, and in many cases, higher inclusionary rates than the citywide rate. There's the North Market Residential Special Use District, the Mission Area Plan, the Soma NCT District, the Divisadero NCT District, and the Urban Mixed Use District. To accommodate all of these different variables, the department has published the inclusionary affidavit. For each specific geographic area, the zoning districts I referred to earlier, there are different rates depending upon the tenure and the size of the project. This affidavit also captures the annual increase, or the ramp, so the project sponsor doesn't have to do these types of manual calculations. This is a very long document. It's currently approximately 15 pages, and this program we affectionately call No Percentage Left Behind. So diving into the changes, the first set of projects are the pipeline projects. These projects must have 25 units or more and have been finally approved prior to November 1st, 2023, but they have not received their first construction document. The citywide fee and the offsite rate are reduced to 16.4%, and this is regardless of tenure. It's the same for both rental and ownership. The citywide on-site rate is reduced to 12%. There is still that breakdown between the AMI tiers. You're looking at 8% at the low income and then 2% at both moderate and middle income levels. These reductions result in rates that are 54.5% of the current rates. This discount is then applied to the specific geographic areas. For instances where the citywide rate is higher, the citywide rate will be used. Since pipeline projects have already received final approval, meaning either entitlement or approval of a site or building permit, if there isn't an entitlement that's required, we must establish a process to modify these approvals so we can incorporate these reductions. The ordinance proposes that the Commission delegate their authority to the department to make these changes administratively instead of having each project come back to the Planning Commission. The modifications permitted would include modifications to the rate, extension of the performance period, as well as making any findings related to state density bonus law. Also, I did pass out a revised resolution which includes the specific language for delegating authority, and those changes can be found at the bottom of page 7. There are limits to the types of modifications that can be requested. Should a project change the number of units by 20% or more, change the gross floor area by 10% or more, or change from dwelling units to group housing rooms, a Planning Commission hearing will be required. For projects that receive these reductions through the modification process, each must obtain their first construction document no later than May 1st, 2029. If a project fails to do so, the inclusionary rates in effect at the time the first construction document is secured will apply. The second set of projects to receive a reduction are the interim projects. Those that receive final approval between November 1st, 2023 and November 1st, 2026. These projects also must have 25 units or more. Projects with 10 to 24 units are not proposed to have their rates reduced. The citywide fee or offsite rate is reduced to 20.5%, again, regardless of tenure, so the same for rental and owner. And the citywide onsite rate is reduced to 15%. On-site units would continue to be required at all 3 tiers, 10% at low income, and then 2.5% at moderate as well as middle. These reductions result in rates that are 68% of the current rate. This discount is then again applied to all the specific geographic areas. An important timing requirement to note is that these projects must procure their first construction document within 30 months of final approval. The current requirement in inclusionary is to procure your first site or building permit within 30 months. This requirement is definitely more aggressive. Another change to note involves the inclusionary fee calculation. Currently, when a developer pays the fee, the city calculates the fee by multiplying the off-site inclusionary obligation, which is the number of units, by what's referred to as the affordability gap. And this is the amount of subsidy that the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development needs to finance the construction of a unit of affordable housing. This amount of subsidy is determined annually by MoCD. This ordinance would provide a cap of 2% for this fee determination. There are also proposed changes to the Technical Advisory Committee, or the TAC. Under this ordinance, members may serve unlimited terms, but the TAC also must convene again no later than January 1st, 2026. If you recall, the fourth bucket of changes involves modifying the inclusionary requirements after November 1st, 2026, which I'm about to kind of explain, but if the TAC ends up adjusting those requirements prior to then those would potentially be in effect. So this brings me to future requirements. These requirements are incredibly similar in structure to what we have today. There are different rates dependent upon tenure, and the ramp is reestablished. It is notable that reverting back to a program similar to today's will add not only complexity to a more simplified program that will already be in place for the interim projects. So switching gears a bit to impact fees. This will affect all projects that are approved on or before November 1st, 2026, but have not received their first construction document. Except for the inclusionary requirements, which are already being reduced, as I just described, all other impact fees will receive a 33% reduction. Projects must obtain their first construction document within 30 months of final approval, with the exception of pipeline projects, which will have until May 1st, 2029. If a project does not meet the deadline to obtain a first construction document, then the project will be required to pay 100% of the fees without any discount. Now I'm going to turn to some of the Planning Department recommendations. I'm going to address each of these as they're described in the report, just for ease during discussion later. The department recommends increasing the number of projects that are eligible for inclusionary rate reductions. The first is related to small projects. These are projects with 10 to 24 units. Currently, reductions only apply to large projects, and we recommend that the same reduction be applied to small projects. Without applying these changes to projects of 10 to 24 units, these projects either have higher rates than the pipeline projects and with deeper affordability levels because they don't have to supply the units at all three tiers. The second is to authorize temporary rate reductions for pipeline projects that have used the Home SF program. A temporary reduction in Home SF rates would increase the viability of projects that seek to use this local program. This would not only improve feasibility of development, but will also encourage use of a local program instead of state density bonus. The department also recommends standardizing deadlines for the proposed ordinance. We propose establishing the same deadline, May 1st, 2029, to obtain a first construction document for all projects receiving temporary reductions. This basically applies the pipeline project deadline with the interim projects. So everybody will have to pull their first construction document by May 1st, 2029. 30 months to first construction document, which is what is being proposed for the interim projects, is incredibly aggressive. It also doesn't allow any time for potential regulatory delays. Also, we found it to be counterintuitive that pipeline projects, which are further along in the process, would have more time to pull their first construction document. We wanted to be able to apply that to interim projects as well. And finally, consistency in any of these deadlines makes this program not only easier to implement, but also easier for the public to understand. We also propose establishing the same deadline, May 1st, 2029, for impact fees as well. If you're seeking to get that reduction in the impact fees, you would have to pull your first construction document by May 1st, 2029. And finally, we also recommend removing the requirement that all projects obtain a first site or building permit within 30 months to vest their inclusionary rate. This is, again, carried through on the future projects. It's what's in place now. But all of our projects currently have a 3-year performance period. And so kind of cutting off the inclusionary rate at 30 months instead of 36 can just add, general confusion. And it's also incredibly hard for us to track. We also recommend simplifying the program. Recommendation number 4 is to remove the requirement for 2 or more people to occupy middle income units. The middle income units, which are actually at the highest AMI tier, are notoriously hard to rent as well as sell, considering that they are so close to market. And adding that 2-person requirement is yet another impediment to occupancy. Recommendation number 5 is to remove the inclusionary rates for the UMU district. In almost every case, the citywide rates end up being higher. If small projects are included in the reductions, there are only 2 instances for small fee projects where the rate for UMU is slightly higher. Removing this variable will reduce the affidavit by at least 4 pages and removing unnecessary complexity in the planning code. Recommendation number 6 is in the same vein. The Divisadero NCT distinguishes between projects that have received an upzoning. Further, it also distinguishes between projects that were submitted prior to October 1st, 2018. The department's recommendation is to remove this distinction, and it does not materially change the overall requirement and would also improve implementation. Recommendations 7 and 8 speak to the future projects. Number 7 is to have the same rate for ownership and rental. Neither the pipeline projects nor the interim projects will have separate rates based upon tenure. This removes, again, one more variable, is sound policy, and provides ease in implementation. Recommendation 8 is to remove the ramp. The ramp not only adds complexity to the inclusionary program, but it also assumes that residential development will be significantly more feasible in 3 years, which, if we look at the last 3 years, is not something we can necessarily count on. We recommend simplifying the implementation of the program to make it more accessible to staff, developers, and members of the public. Further, in lieu of the annual increases, or the ramp, we encourage the TAC, after it convenes in 2026, to recommend how the inclusionary program can respond more quickly and dynamically to economic shifts. And finally, recommendation 9. The department recommends correcting the off-site rate for interim projects to 20.4% instead of 20.5%. This is an error that was just kind of carried through in the ordinance, and we would just recommend making it consistent. The basis for recommendation is detailed in the report, but in summary, Housing Elements Section 1.3 of the implementing program set forth policy recommendations related to the inclusionary housing program. These policies support the recommendations that have been made by the department and the reduced rates stipulated in the ordinance. Any effort that can be made to simplify this program is a step in the right direction. The overall complexity can be burdensome, and the program can be difficult to implement. This also includes standardizing as many dates and rates as possible. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Okay, if that concludes staff presentations, we should open up public comment. Members of the public, this is your opportunity to address the commission on this matter. If you're in the chambers, please come forward. If you're calling in remotely, you need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx. Through the chair, each member of the public will be provided 2 minutes.
Hello, Commissioners. Mark Babson with Emerald Fund. I think this is fantastic legislation. Nothing pencils these days. We're housing developers in San Francisco. I do want to echo the first recommendation of the Planning Department, which is to include small projects, 10 to 24 homes, which are currently excluded. Small projects are important because they're actually more financially feasible in a lot of cases because there's more efficiencies. One great example is 1900 Diamond, which was before you in February of 2022. A finely crafted 24-home project in a well-resourced neighborhood. There's a Safeway a block away, 2 MTA bus lines stop at the site, 4 playgrounds and parks within 10 minutes. We also in an area where there hadn't been housing for decades of 10 or more homes by Diamond Heights and Upper Noe. Wide support. You all approved it unanimously. 40 of the 42 speakers on the small project enthusiastically supported it. It penciled, it's financially feasible in February of 2022. It no longer is. This reducing the inclusionary fee to be in line with the 25 or more homes actually would be material. It would make it that much sooner that this project would pencil. And if we want to meet the RENA goals, it's projects like this that we need to see happen in these neighborhoods that are well-resourced. So yeah, I encourage you to make that first recommendation of including to 10 to 24 homes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Avalos from the Council of Community Housing Organizations. Early this week, I had submitted a letter from Choo Choo to the Planning Commissioners about the TAC recommendations. First of all, we really appreciate the work of the Controller and the TAC and understand the need for changes to San Francisco's development fees and inclusionary housing programs to help jumpstart overall housing development. The current RENA cycle, with its mandate of 47,000 units of BMR, requires San Francisco to change its practices of housing production. We should see RENA as a huge opportunity to completely transform how we produce housing to ensure that working-class BIPOC community residents have standing in our local economy. San Francisco's inclusionary housing program should be only one out of many local tools for affordable housing production. Unfortunately, it is the main local tool outside of the inadequate housing trust fund and the city's periodic approval of affordable housing bonds. Under the inclusionary program, market rate housing outpaces BMR production at a rate of 4 market rate units to every one affordable unit. To meet our RENA goals, San Francisco will need to invert that approach so that we're building 2 below market rate units for every 1 market rate unit. Choo-Choo understands that under the current market conditions, adjustments need to be made to stimulate housing development. However, if the city lowers the inclusionary levels, it must, in a parallel process, also identify and increase other sources of BMR housing productions. We ask that the city take on this task seriously. In addition to finding new resources above and well beyond whatever loss in development fees is approved, we ask that the city approve changes to the development fees in a nuanced way in accordance with affirmatively furthering fair housing, with the housing element goals, ensuring that we're incentivizing development in high resource neighborhoods and stabilizing with higher levels of inclusionary in priority equity geographies. The rest of our recommendations are in the letter we sent to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Tanner. It's an honor to speak in front of you. I just want to reiterate what you heard from the first speaker. I think this is fabulous. I think Kate Connor and everyone at the Planning Department did such a fabulous job with this. I will leave it to them to speak about the details, but I know there's going to be pushback, because whatever anyone does, there's always pushback. And I just want to open up the idea or the conversation that more housing, more abundant housing, is tenant protection, is affordable housing. And so even though it seems like we're lowering it, and some people might be upset about that, we're actually allowing housing to get built, not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. And this is going to be good for the city. And I'm so proud, not that I'm in a position to be proud of people, but I'm just proud of all of us for responding so quickly. We're a city of dreamers, which is fabulous, and I don't want that to change. But this is a real-world response to a real-world situation that we're all in. And it's such a good step in the right direction. Thank you. And thank you, guys, and good job.
Okay, seeing no other members in the chambers coming forward, let's go to our remote callers.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jake Price of the Housing Action Coalition again. Calling in support of this item, we are really appreciative of all of the efforts that went in, from Century Urban to the TAC members and all the city officials involved in this process. From the outset, we wanted a deal that promotes feasibility and predictability in the development process, because as we all know, if we have too many fees, too many ornaments layered on top of the process, we end up getting nothing. 50% of zero is zero. So we, look at this deal as an important first step in promoting financially feasible projects that will, on the whole, result in more affordable housing getting built, because more housing overall will be getting built. But I want to caution us to not get complacent. As the presentation showed, and as Century Urban's analysis repeatedly demonstrated at all of the TAC meetings that we were present at, the projects will mostly still not be financially feasible even with these meaningful reductions. So this is not the only step in promoting financial feasibility. It's an important one, but it is not the end-all be-all. So we need to continue to promote financial feasibility. And also, I would like to give a shout out to the Planning Department for their very thoughtful recommendations as well. So thank you all, and please approve this. Thanks.
Commissioners, this is Lorraine Petty, Affordable Housing Advocate for Seniors and others on fixed incomes. I'm here to urge you to continue indefinitely this inclusionary and developer impact fee reduction package. I believe there's no justifiable reason to cut fees that build affordable housing and infrastructure. There are already more than sufficient cost reduction for market-rate housing being enacted in other legislation. The inclusionary housing program is a crucial contributor to San Francisco's affordable housing. It's responsible for thousands of affordable units we wouldn't otherwise have. The housing element and the people of San Francisco have said affordable housing is the city's #1 need, its #1 priority. And they must now, not in 2 years or more. Inclusionary affordable units and fee requirements are not the cause of a building slowdown. Market rate developers are just waiting for high-income people to come flooding back to San Francisco so they can resume charging the highest prices they always demand, regardless of any cost reductions we offer. Similarly, development impact fees are not the reason developers are sitting on their hands. But if we offer to eliminate them, developers will gladly accept. Stabilize the fee collecting process, but don't throw out the fees, even temporarily. We know that temporary can become permanent at the whim of future politicians. In a larger sense, to reduce affordable housing and impact fees now is to break faith with the voters and residents relying upon them. A breach of cultural and community agreements, as well as social and equity compacts. So please continue this package indefinitely. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ian Natoli, San Francisco Organizing Director with UMB Action, calling in support. I appreciate the hard work that everyone put in. I was at a couple of these TAC meetings. All the TAC members worked hard on it. I know a lot of folks at planning have. I appreciate President Peskin moving this forward. We know that there's more that needs to be done. This is just one piece of it, and I think the presentation showed you that there's still a lot of headwinds when we look at getting new homes built in San Francisco. But this is a piece of it, and we can't do it all with one piece of legislation or one plan that's going to come in front of you today. So I really encourage you to move forward with this and to continue looking at all of this with the same lens that you have of how to make things more feasible. It's very, very difficult to get anything done in San Francisco. And a lot of that is self-imposed, and we've got to strike that right balance between providing good community benefits and not providing anything at all if we're not building any homes and no one can live in them. Thank you.
Okay, last call for public comment. Again, if you're in the chambers, please come forward. If you're calling in remotely, you need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx. Public comment is closed, and this matter is now before you.
Thank you. I want to thank President Peskin again. Thank you, Mr. Egan, all the staff, so many folks, the TAC members, everyone who's worked on this really robust package of legislation and even a robust package of recommendations from the department. So certainly a lot to consider. For myself, I just want to say, I think one of the challenging things, of course, is when we look at the math, you know, not a lot of things lighting up green. Especially if we look even at the summary table that kind of brings things together with the topic really of today, which is the inclusionary rates and kind of where they should fall. So I'll just say for my part, I think I support all the staff recommendations to the legislation, and I think in particular want to just underscore that in an environment where nothing is really penciling, I do wonder if we should push the rate to the lowest, especially since it is only going to be for 3 years. And I like that we're building in, I think, more robustly the 3-year report to really look at the number every 3 years. Because, you know, we think about the 3-year cycle, even hearing President Peskin say all the things that have happened since they instituted the idea of the 3 years, so much change so quickly, even within a 3-year cycle. So I do wonder if we're at a very, very acute low point, unfortunately, and if we should push the rate lower. That said, I know this rates have been worked out with a great deal of compromise, a great deal of collaboration, and so happy to just see us move forward what we have here as far as the rates. I know there's a lot of complexity there with the math and with the working everything out. With that, I will just call on my fellow commissioners as they have comments or questions. So first we have Commissioner Imperial.
Thank you for such a small program in the city. It is very complicated and hotly debated and very controversial. My question first is regarding the conversations with the TAC committee. In terms of and also the analysis that has been provided in front of us, and looking into the control recommendations in terms of the ranges of the on-site and off-site fees, and also other comments provided by the public as well. How has the conversation around the AMI range? AMI range has always been a hot topic when it comes to inclusionary housing, the usage of the AMI. So, throughout the years, people have this conversing on the topics of neighborhood AMIs. How did that pencil in this conversation or in this analysis by the TAC?
Commissioner Ted Egan, Controller's Office. I can just say that AMIs were not one of the kind of policy levers that we modified when we were considering the scenarios. I mentioned before we were looking at 20 different scenarios, and we simply prorated the AMIs for different overall percentage levels. So if it was cut by a third, each of the AMI tiers were cut by a third. That, of course, is a policy option that is available to decision makers. It's just not something that we wanted to model from a feasibility point of view.
Okay, thank you. The reason I brought that out, because those are always the conversations from the community and the public, and also, questions the purpose of the inclusionary housing program itself. Who are accessing the inclusionary housing program? And I think throughout the years, there has been debates, even conversation on the definition of low income, moderate income, middle income, and how these AMIs keep changing every year as well, depending on the economy landscape. Unfortunately, even though, the economic landscape here in San Francisco is not good, but the AMI levels have not gone down at the same time too. So I wonder how that projects in the building of again, when we are when having conversation of the inclusionary housing program, AMIs are very, very important in this conversation. And I would like to highlight that to the policymakers, that this should not be ignored. So that's one of my initial comment on this. I understand as well that this is more of a temporary proposition, but I guess my other question with the planning department recommendation is that there is a limit, and just clarifying me on this in terms of the cap that the department is recommending. I'm curious about the recommendation number 8 in terms of removing the annual increases from inclusionary housing program. Is that something that being recommended as permanent, or what is this? Yeah.
Thank you, Kate Connor, Planning Department staff. No, that's a great question. That recommendation was really for the future projects. So those are projects that would be, approved after November 1st, 2026. The rates that are currently within this ordinance are proposed, and so what we were recommending was to not have that ramp, those incremental increases at that time. For both the interim as well as the pipeline projects, there is no ramp. So for those two time periods, there are not going to be the incremental increases. We were recommending kind of removing it for the future projects as well, just to add kind of simplicity.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Another question that I would like to highlight is what the public comment in terms of the equity geographies as well. How does that affect in terms of the equity geographies and financial feasibility of a project? Because as my understanding, that a project in Embarcadero might not have the same financial feasibility in the Bayview. So I'm just wondering about that. Did that also kind of part of the conversation? Because when you look into a home ownership, a BMR home ownership in the SOMA will be more expensive than the BMR homeownership in the Bayview area. So how is this?
Thank you, Kate Connor, Planning Department staff. That was not something that we looked at too thoroughly as part of this legislative package. I will say that there are kind of specific geographic areas within the city that have different rates than the citywide rate, so I think it is something that's been considered historically.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if that's something I would try to recommend for the TAC in the future to really look into the economic landscape and the financial feasibility per geography. I think throughout the 2016 legislation or amendments on the inclusionary housing program, there was a lot of conversations about the different geographies on that. And it doesn't seem like this is something discussed, whether within the planning department or in this legislation.
I would just add to that, there are rates that are higher in specific neighborhoods, which tend to be in priority equity geographies, right? The Tenderloin or the North of Market SUD has a higher rate. Mission Area Plan, SOMA, NCT, those each have higher rates, which will stay higher after this legislation is passed. If it's passed, as proposed, those rates will remain higher.
And thank you, Director. And how would we ensure that this legislation would sunset? What is the recommendation? I believe is that there will be reconvening of the TAC committee on January 2026.
Yes, that's correct. Kate Connor, Planning Department staff. So you have kind of these sort of 3 time periods. If you receive your final approval before November 1st, 2023, then you have the interim projects between 2023 and 2026. And then the final part of the ordinance only becomes effective at November 1st, 2026. But the TAC may end up meeting before then. Those rates may end up changing or being further adjusted.
Thank you. I guess my, I would like to recommend, and this is more advice for the TAC. I mean, we don't have jurisdiction, but the things that I've noted in terms of the AMIs, priority equity geographies, and the financial feasibility should also be taken into consideration when it's being reconvened. Again, inclusionary housing program, as far as I know, has been a dynamic program, but at the same time, it's the faster build of affordable housing than 100% affordable housing. So, and this is also, I guess as a city, as a whole, as a policymakers too, we need to also converse, or we also need to question the purpose of the inclusionary housing program in terms of accessibility and in terms of equity, and not just because of financial feasibility of the building. I would just say, outright that I do not support this legislation nor the planning recommendations of this, just because I think the inclusionary housing program always lacks a conversation when it comes to equity, and we need to start having those kind of conversation altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruiz.
Thank you. I just want to say that I found the findings on feasibility incredibly insightful. I think that's one thing that comes up quite often as a community organizer working with community groups. We always hear about feasibility, but we never have sufficient research to actually prove what's feasible and what's not. So I just want to acknowledge the amount of work that it probably took to come up with that research, to kind of give us as a commission the understanding of really what is not working right now. So that would, for me, it seems like there's sufficient research to support the legislation, and it really just gives us this 3-year window of opportunity to see if things are going to move forward. To President Tanner's comment about maybe pushing the percentage a little bit lower, I would be a bit hesitant to support something like that. I don't want to completely put affordable housing on the chopping block, and I just want to honor the recommendations developed by the Planning Department and TAC. and support that. And so I do support the recommendations from the planning department as well. But I do want to elevate the letter that the commission did receive from Choo Choo that had a number of recommendations, and would just love to hear more from planning department staff on what the conversations have been around racial and social equity, either with TAC or other community groups or with Choo Choo.
Thank you, Kate Connor, Planning Department staff. I think kind of the discussions more around like racial social equity as it pertains really to this ordinance have really been looking at those specific geographic areas, as Director Hills kind of pointed out earlier, and kind of ensuring that proportionally they're receiving the same discount, but you're not necessarily just making everybody have the same rate. So those specific geographic areas are definitely still respected and intact. With regard, I don't know if there was any conversations at the TAC about. No. I don't know if the TAC ended up focusing on that particular kind of substance. I think they were much more concerned just on the actual feasibility. And I don't know if Ted Egan has anything to add or no. No.
Thank you. I have one more question for you, Ms. Connor. There was one recommendation in the letter that discussed local neighborhood AMIs, and that's something that I've heard come up in my work in the community, is this idea that AMI should be adjusted dependent on the neighborhood. And I know that would be separate from this legislation, not something that could be folded into this. But I am just curious about your idea on that. Is that something that could be possible?
Kate Connor, Planning Department staff, I do think it is something that is possible. I think where we'd want to be really careful is just kind of creating a very complex situation. Because right now, even with having the different rates in specific geographic areas, it becomes a pretty burdensome, program to really implement. So kind of getting into different AMI levels per different neighborhoods and how those neighborhoods may shift over time, and having to kind of ensure that would definitely be a much bigger kind of implementation lift. And I think it's something that we definitely want to discuss with our colleagues at the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development.
I think that would be interesting if we could have at least maybe one conversation to see where that goes, to see what MoCD's thinking is around that, maybe some conversations with community folks if that's something that's really desired across the city, especially folks who are focusing on priority equity geographies, if that's something that they would like to see. Thank you so much.
Just on that, I mean, I think Carly has her hand up too, Grob, if she wants to talk on this topic as well. But I think, Commissioner Rees, this has come up in the past, especially around, as you get to the higher AMIs, where then the kind of rents reflect market. I do think there are some mechanisms at those higher AMIs to like adjust the rents down from market, but I think it's a good discussion that we can continue to have with MoCD.
That's just the point I was about to make too. Carly Grove, department staff, joining virtually. There's already a provision of the planning code in the inclusionary ordinance that allows the Mayor's Office of Housing to reduce rents or sales prices dependent upon the kind of median and market rents that exist in that neighborhood, and those are set by neighborhood boundaries. Although I think what you're suggesting as well is to kind of look at even lower AMIs than the middle and moderate income tiers. And so, yeah, that's definitely noted.
Thank you. The other comment I wanted to make was in terms of potential community benefit agreements that project sponsors have established with community folks, and just making sure that developers and project sponsors are doing their due diligence to communicate any changes made to projects, especially as they take advantage of this legislation. I know that's not something that, we really have control over as a commission, but I just think it's important that community folks are in the know from the very beginning, the sooner the better, and to just consider that going forward. So, I am in approval of the legislation. I think it makes sense. I'm also, hyper aware of the equity component, and maybe that being something that the TAC should discuss, in their future meetings and us as a commission kind of hearing what the conversations around racial and social equity is. But I'm also very mindful of the effects of not producing housing has on our community. And, thanks to Commissioner Koppel and the folks from the union that come here every day to express to us the effects that, no production of housing has on their work, on their families. So I am in support of this legislation, and I just thank the planning department staff and TAC and the controller's office for doing the incredible amount of research to give to us to understand the gravity of the issue.
Certainly want to support the comments around having a discussion around the neighborhood AMI. I know that came up quite a bit during the housing element discussions, and I think it speaks, whether it's neighborhood level or more broadly to the lower AMI levels being needed, in greater numbers, and how do we provide units at those, whether it's through inclusionary, 100% affordable, or other means. Having a sense at this commission, I think, of how are we pushing to those lower incomes where, for example, most of San Francisco's Black population is at like $30,000 or $40,000 a year. They're not going to be at the 80%, 105 and 130 AMI. And so there are other programs that make up for that, but I think having a sense of where those fall, looking at that with our arena, and kind of just maybe in the fall as we come back from our recess, like looking at that and kind of thinking about the next, 8 years and counting of our housing element cycle and how we achieve some of those lower income levels that are really, really necessary. With that, I will call on Commissioner Braun.
Thank you. These are always tricky issues to grapple with. In my day job, I actually complete studies similar to the one that was done for the Controller's Office and work with technical advisory committees in other communities in trying to grapple and get their arms around some of the challenges created by figuring out the right balance of financial feasibility and the inclusionary requirements. And it is a tricky balance. It's, I'm not actually in favor of further reducing the inclusionary requirements, just because, ultimately at the end of the day, the studies that are conducted for the financial feasibility analysis, there's a little bit of wiggle room in there because every actual site is going to have its own considerations, and some can support higher requirements, potentially some support lower requirements potentially, and it's just sort of meeting in the middle for a generic scenario. So I think by not going to the absolute lowest inclusionary requirements, we enable the projects that can move forward to still be providing a higher level of inclusionary housing. And at the same time, I do want to make sure that as development conditions improve over time, we are positioned to ensure that we are still getting inclusionary housing units built, and that we are still getting in lieu fee revenue potentially instead. And so I'm just, I never want to push things too low because then you might foreclose future opportunities. But having said that, sort of the flip side of it, with conditions being as poor as they are, I am glad to see us reducing the requirements right now. I'm in support of the new requirements and in support of most of the recommendations here, or actually all the recommendations here. I do think it's very important to restudy this in the 3-year time span, roughly, because conditions have been changing so rapidly lately. I don't see that changing anytime soon. So let's make sure that a new study is being conducted in a timely fashion. I just had a couple of things I wanted to reinforce, or thoughts on a couple of the recommendations. So on recommendation 1 from the planning department staff, regarding applying the requirements to projects of 10 to 25 units, 10 to 24 units rather. And there was a single prototype that was studied in the feasibility analysis. It had 13 units in the base case, or 17 or 20 units in the state density bonus scenario. And what the study showed is that those small projects are also very much infeasible. So I'm very much in favor of applying the same reduction of inclusionary requirements to those small projects. It makes a lot of sense to me. I didn't see a lot of, it's not like they're performing a whole lot better or anything like that. In terms of the third, let's see, I definitely appreciate the alignment of the 30-month vesting period versus 36, conditions of approval period, because or entitlements period, because it's not that big a difference. So making that alignment will just simplify things, and I'm trying to reduce headaches here for staff. And then finally, let's see, on recommendation number number 7, to remove the annual increases from the inclusionary affordable housing program set to begin on January 1st, 2028. I believe this was the ramp. Again, I just hope and emphasize that we'll have a new study done by then and that we can revisit all the inclusionary requirements and fees at that time. But that said, I'm in favor of all the recommendations and in favor of the legislation.
Thank you, Commissioner Braun. Commissioner Diamond?
Thank you. Like all of us, I'm sure there's a great deal of frustration with the fact that we have all these pipeline projects and nothing's being built. We have been approving virtually everything that's come in front of us for the last several years, and yet there's almost nothing being built. So it is clear that some adjustments need to be made, and as a result, I am in favor of the legislation and all of the department's proposed modifications. But even with that, I'm worried that it's not going to produce all of the units that we are required to produce or anything close to it under the RHNA goals. And even without the RHNA goals, we need the housing to house people. Entitlements don't house people, the units do. And so I am concerned that we're going to a lot of trouble for, as Commissioner Tanner says, very little green. So I have a question for Mr. Egan, which is, what would it take in order to push some of those additional categories into green? If I'm reading it correctly, that the rates that are being proposed would help with condos that are low and mid-rise, but not really with high-rise condos and not much with apartments. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, Ted Egan, Controller's Office staff. You've summarized it well, Commissioner. Essentially, all of our prototypes are in the red for apartments with essentially no inclusionary requirements. And under our proposed range, all of the high-rise condos are also in the red range.
So I'm pretty concerned about that because the high-rises are where we would get the most units. And it makes me uncomfortable that what we're doing will help ownership units, but not necessarily rental units. And so I'm wondering if you looked at what it would take, how low would we have to go in order to make some kind of dent in these other categories?
Well, again, Commissioner, inclusionary housing is one lever that the city controls to affect housing feasibility. And our sort of guidelines in this study is to look at how simply adjusting that one lever affects housing feasibility. With respect to high-rise condos, we really don't get anywhere close to feasibility, or certainly with apartments, with even a market rate project. And so essentially you can dial that requirement all the way down to 0 and still not have feasibility, at which point you need to start looking at other things. And the TAC at our final meeting did consider a list of other actions that could affect housing feasibility outside of setting the inclusionary level, which essentially, and I provided the list in our report, is a combination of deferring or reducing other fees or requirements or providing loan subsidies or other kinds of abatements to make projects work. Essentially, projects are expensive in San Francisco through a combination of labor costs, land costs, other exactions, and financing costs. And anything the city can do to any of those things could potentially move the dial. But as I said, we're mainly looking at just, our task here is to only look at what can moving the inclusionary requirement do for feasibility.
Right. So if I'm understanding correctly, that Commissioner Tanner's question, and really mine, the same one, is that lowering the rates isn't really going to produce much more green in and of itself.
I think that's a fair characterization,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you. That's very helpful to understand that. But I'm also understanding that there are other actions the city could do, notably the affordable housing bond, which President Peskin referenced, and these other actions. And I'm curious where the city is in terms of some of these other actions that could help move us forward, particularly with the high rises, which have the greatest possibility of producing, significant numbers of additional units.
I might defer to that one to my colleagues.
Thank you, Kate Connor, Planning Department staff. So we do have the reduction in the impact fees. That's also part of this. So that's something that's another tool kind of in the toolbox that we can use. And you're looking at that 33% reduction. And then I think even like the item after this as well, as far as being able to defer the fees, that's also going to potentially have an impact as well.
Okay. I very much appreciate the comments. Does answer a number of questions. As I said, I am in support of the legislation and all of the modifications. I'd make a motion, but I see that Commissioner Koppel wants to talk, so I'll wait.
Great. And maybe as he's coming on, I just want to offer that we also had the income or earned infrastructure financing district, EFID, or whatever the acronym is, that's supposed to help with our big projects. So hopefully that will also instick some of those where also a lot of our units are kind of locked away. So hopefully that takes place. Mr. Koppel?
I will make a motion to approve with staff recommendations.
Second.
Commissioners, there are a couple of late hands that were raised for public comment through the chair. We'll take those now. Let's go to those callers.
Hello. Hi. I would like to speak about a proposed construction at 4199 Mission Street that's looking to add
I'm going to interrupt.
units. Hello?
I'm going to interrupt you unless you're using that as an example for this particular planning code amendment.
Oh, no, I thought it was all open public comment.
No,
Do you
that's
have
not.
any comment space for?
No, let's take the next
Oh.
caller, please.
This is Sue Hester. I found this conversation very illuminating. What's particularly illuminating is the directive that there is only 2 minutes of public comment allowed. So one of the things that we need to do is the Planning Commission needs to say every this amendment to the planning code needs to have 2-week staff report, giving the public enough time to A, read the staff report, and B, submit written comments. So you're not able to do that with this current practice of staff report being basically released on Friday afternoon. And so you have a lot of planning code amendments coming through that are major planning code amendments, and you have 2 of them right after you're breaking for August break. So I would ask you to please say now 2-week staff reports for major legislation, like is before you today, especially on September 7th, because there's no excuse that you can't have the staff report done in August. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Anastasia Vanopoulos. Thank you, Jonas, for recognizing me. I am thinking along the lines of Sue Hester that we don't have sufficient time to read this stuff and digest it and come up with an assessment and bring it to our groups like the Tenants Union, the Rep Coalition for analysis and to see what we think about it. Basically, you're giving a 68%, giving a 33% discount to developers. You're taking away the impact fees to the mayor's office, which funds affordable housing. And, you know, the affordable housing advocates are upset. Thank you.
Very good, Commissioners. With that, public comment is indeed now closed. We do have a motion that has been seconded, and Commissioner.
I want to recognize Commissioner Diamond, though, as well. Thank
So
you.
I'm reading the revised motion that was handed out this morning for the hearing, and I see there's a new addition where this motion actually delegates the authority from the commission to the department to do these administrative modifications and to include any then standard current conditions of approval. So hearkening back to the earlier comment I made during general public comments, I would appreciate it if in doing the extensions on existing projects, when you're thinking through what the maintenance procedures are, that you develop a standard condition that can be approved.
Yeah, agree.
And just to be clear, Commissioner Koppel, you did intend for these late modifications to be included as part of your motion.
And staff recommendations as well, I believe. Great.
And the seconder is fine with that. Very good. Then, Commissioners, there is a motion that has been seconded to approve this piece of legislation with staff modifications, including the one submitted to you at the hearing today. On that motion, Commissioner Braun?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Diamond?
Aye.
Commissioner Imperial?
No.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
And Commission President Tanner?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Imperial voting against. Commissioners, that will place us on item 16, case number 2023-005461, PCA, for the development impact fee indexing deferral and waivers, adoption of Nexus Study Planning Code Amendment.
President Tanner, members of the Commission, good afternoon again. For the record, Dan Sider with Department staff. Introduced by Mayor Breed, this next item is a companion piece to the piece of legislation you just heard. Thankfully, it is a bit more straightforward. I'm going to give you a very high-level overview of what this legislation would do, and then turn it over to my colleagues Ted Conrad from the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, from whom you just heard, along with Director Katie Tang from the Office of Small Business. Commissioners, this piece of legislation is designed to lessen the burden of the impact fees that we as a city impose on housing and on other development projects. The goal here is to increase housing production, to stimulate job creation, to increase the tax base, and to grow the economy. As we talk about the specifics, I'd like to put two slides up on the screen. Here's our first slide, just to frame things for you a bit. This legislation deals only with development impact fees. We are not talking about application fees. We're not talking about the fees paid to the city to cover the costs of review. Secondly, you heard a few minutes ago about how the inclusionary housing legislation will make an across-the-board 1/3 reduction to all impact fees. This legislation is inclusive of that. It reflects that. Thirdly, there are some kind of tendrils that go out from this piece of legislation into the building code. We'll talk about those in particular in just a second, but I wanted to highlight the interjurisdictional aspect of this piece of legislation. And lastly on this slide, Commissioners, just on Tuesday, 2 days ago, the mayor introduced substitute legislation for this ordinance. That new piece of legislation is nearly identical to that which is in your packet today. And in just a minute, I'll identify the specific changes. If you'd like more paper, I have more paper, and I'm happy to pass up copies of that reintroduced piece of legislation. Just say the word.
We got one taker for your paper.
Let me send up the paper.
Thank you, Mr. Sider.
While our commission secretary is doing that, let me jump into the 4 substantive changes that are in this ordinance. Oh, and by way of that document, it is a red line, so you can see the changes in, well, technically it's a blue line. I think it's blue ink that displays the changes, so you can see what's being proposed now. The first, as you can see on the screen, the first change contained in this ordinance relates to annual indexing. Every year, impact fees go up. Today, they are indexed by something that we call the AICCIE. That stands for the Annual Infrastructure Construction Cost Inflation Estimate. It's a mouthful. Over the last few years, that number has ranged typically between 3 and 6%. This ordinance would replace that somewhat unpredictable and variable number with a flat 2% figure. 2% at a fixed rate is stable, it's predictable, it would help create an environment more conducive to getting projects built. The next item on your screen deals with how fees get locked in. Right now, impact fees are indexed every year, even past the moment at which you approve a project. So right now, something that you approve, for example, later today on your agenda, won't know its final fee amount until sometime later when the building permit for that project is approved. This ordinance would lock in your impact fee rates at the moment at which this commission approves the project. In other words, the annual increase that we just talked about would only apply to new projects and apply to new project rates. Once you're approved, you would have the certainty of knowing exactly how much it will cost to get your permit issued. The third change, and a significant one that you can see on your screen right now, relates to fee deferral. President Peskin earlier harkened back to the Great Recession. Back in 2010, the city created an impact fee deferral program that was on the books until 2013 when it sunsetted. That program let builders defer payment of their impact fees until post-construction, immediately prior to occupancy. More recently, the city's Economic Recovery Task Force has actually recommended that we reinstate that program, of course, owing to the current state of our local economy. That is exactly what this legislation would do. It does propose to do that along with two modest changes. Firstly, it would eliminate the original program's assessment of interest. And secondly, it would not include the deferral of any housing-related impact fees. These changes reflect both how important it is to actually get projects underway and how critical it is to preserve and bring online money for affordable housing right now. Commissioners, earlier I mentioned that this ordinance does extend into the building code. Fee deferral is where that happens. That program actually lives substantively in the building code. Yesterday, the Code Advisory Committee of the Building Inspection Commission heard this item, they weighed in on it, and they voted to recommend that the full Building Inspection Commission similarly recommend approval of those associated changes to the Board of Supervisors. That BIC meeting for that vote will occur next week. Lastly, on your slide, the ordinance would boost our cultural and our industrial base by exempting, for a 3-year period, 2 kinds of projects from impact fees. The first exemption is for larger industrial or retail projects that are located on underdeveloped or undeveloped lots in PDR districts. And secondly, the legislation would exempt most new hospitality uses in either C2 or C3 zoning districts. This second exemption is where the substitute legislation comes into play, particularly. In addition to making some technical changes, that substitute legislation broadened the exemption to include a bigger range of projects, not just in the C2 district, but as I said, also in the C3 district. I can get into details if you'd like. Just to wrap things up, though, Commissioners, this ordinance, as you've heard, is really about our economic recovery and meeting our housing goals. It provides certainty, it's meant to provide predictability, and it helps with project feasibility. It's going to spur development, it's going to unlock the pipeline, and these things mean more jobs and more tax revenue and a faster recovery overall. This was mentioned by some earlier speakers today, but I think it's important to mention that exactions in particular are the single biggest lever that the city can pull when it comes to project feasibility. We think it's time to pull that lever. This is the moment. We're urging you to adopt the draft resolution related to this legislation that's in your packets. We do have some minor adjustments that we'd urge to reflect the substitute legislation. These are purely technical amendments. And we, again, wish that you recommend the full board adopt this and make it law without delay. With that, I'm going to turn to Ted Conrad from OEWD, and I thank you very much for your time. We'll be available for questions later on.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ted Conrad from the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. Thank you, Dan. Not too much to add. I think that was a really thorough summary. I just wanted to offer our support for this. Thank you for your consideration and urge your approval. This is some of these changes we've had our eye on for quite a long time, really in the spirit of adding predictability and stability to our development impact fees. That's both for project sponsors as well as for city staff that have to project revenue, plan for capital budgets, and then spend that money. Again, we see this piece of legislation as a strong complement to the inclusionary item that you just heard. Both are designed to increase housing production, improve our chances of likelihood of meeting our RHNA goals, and facilitate the economic recovery. I want to mention in particular the potential impacts that this has to our downtown recovery through facilitation of all development, but especially the particular impact fee exemption for the hospitality uses that Mr. Sider just mentioned. That's all of my comments. I'd like to pass it off to Katie Tang from the Office of Small Business, who will be presenting on a potential amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. Katie Tang from the Office of Small Business, and I also have some paper to send for. Thank you very much. So I'm here today to discuss some potential forthcoming amendments to this impact fee legislation and really hope that this commission can open up discussion regarding these proposed changes. So it is widely known that given the global shift to retail online, disruptions caused by the pandemic, and our reputation for being an inhospitable city to do business in, that we do have to make changes to the way that government operates, and of course our laws to welcome economic activity, spur innovation, and fill our many commercial vacancies. So during a recent merchant walk where I spent time talking to small business owners about ways that we can better support them, I learned about a fee imposed to businesses that I had actually long forgotten about. It took me by surprise. A business owner had approached me and complained about having to pay $14,000 in impact fees because the space that they occupied went from one use to another. And just for context, this business spent already about $13,000 on just permit fees alone, and this is for a small business. So I thought the business owner was wrong because they had not constructed any new, anything new in the building. They had just taken over an existing space. Turns out that the eastern neighborhoods and also several other plan areas impose impact fees for change of use projects. Again, no new development, it's just change of use in an existing space. In particular, for small businesses, these change of use impact fees are beyond burdensome. In San Francisco, where small businesses make up more than 95% of the businesses here, we particularly want to pay attention to this and see what we can do to help alleviate that burden. So the proposed amendment, which I think was flashed on the screen earlier, I apologize that it's really small font on the screen, but hopefully you can see it more clearly in front of you. It will be considered at an upcoming Board of Supervisors Land Use Committee meeting, and the proposal is to eliminate the impact fees that apply to change of use projects and under the following impact fee areas. So I'll just read it into the record, but I know you have it in front of you. The Eastern Neighborhoods Infrastructure Impact Fee, Balboa Park Community Improvements Impact Fee, Central Soma Community Services Facilities Fee, Central Soma Infrastructure Impact Fee, Market and Octavia Community Improvements Impact Fee, Market and Octavia Area Plan and Upper Market NCT Affordable Housing Fee, Rincon Hill Community Infrastructure Impact Fee, Visitation Valley Community Facilities and Infrastructure Fee, Jobs Housing Linkage Fee. There are some sections in the UMU housing requirements under the Transit Center District Open Space, Transit Center Street Improvements, Van Ness and Market Community Facilities, Divisadero NCT Affordable Housing Fee, and lastly, Eastern Neighborhoods Affordable Housing Requirements. So, as the city has been making a number of significant changes to better attract businesses to start, stay, and grow in San Francisco, these changes, include Proposition H from November 2020. That was to reduce the burden for change of use projects by removing the neighborhood notification. and also the Small Business Recovery Act, which you may recall, built on those changes shortly thereafter. We have also been waiving permit fees for new and expanding businesses through the First Year Free program. So those cover permit fees. So all of these combined, these programs and changes, they've been really critical for us to attract businesses and fill commercial vacancies in San Francisco. And I know it goes without saying, you all know how important that work is. Eliminating these impact fees that apply to change of use projects will have almost no impact on the community and infrastructure improvements, which are entirely based on fees generated from net new development, but it will make a significant difference as to whether a business owner decides to locate in San Francisco or choose to go to another city. So thank you, commissioners, for considering these proposed amendments, and hope that you will consider them in your recommendations on the pending legislation.
Thank you. Does that conclude staff presentation? Thank you.
Okay, if that concludes that presentation, we should open up public comment. Members of the public, this is your opportunity to address the commission on this matter. If you're in the chambers, please come forward. If you're calling in remotely, you need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx. Seeing no members of the public in City Hall coming forward, let's go to our remote caller.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jake Price on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition, calling for the third but not final time. You'll hear from me once more. We're calling in support of this item. Obviously, predictability is one of the most important aspects in the development process. We hear from our members routinely that not knowing how much they are going to have to pay down the road is a big inhibitor to both pursuing projects in the first place as well as receiving financing. So we look at this legislation as a way of telling folks that San Francisco is open for business. We are looking at getting more investment both in our downtown and throughout the city, and this helps promote that. So we are very supportive of this legislation and appreciate all the effort that has gone into making this possible. Thank you.
Okay, last call for public comment. Seeing none, public comment is closed, and this matter is now before you, Commissioners.
Thank you, staff, for being here. Thank you, Ms. Tang, as well, and for all the work that went into this, and also to the sponsors of the legislation. Very much in support of the proposed amendments, including those that were presented in blue line to us, as well as the additional recommendation to adjust the change of use fees. I think the way I think about it is these fees are big enough to stop a small business from opening, but not enough to build a park or pave a road or really make a big difference in the ways that we think of our impact fees having positive impact in our community, but they're certainly weighing down some of our other policy goals and objectives. So thank you, Ms. Tang, for bringing this forward. With that, I will call on Commissioner Diamond.
Thank you. I, too, am supportive of the legislation as presented today. But I do have some questions for Ms. Tang, if you wouldn't mind coming forward.
Yes.
Okay, hi. I just want to understand more fully what you're proposing. You list in the left column 15 different districts, but in the right column, there are only 6 where you are proposing a change, elimination of the fee associated in general with a change of use project. Is there a reason why you listed, so are you saying you're not proposing anything additional for those that are not on the right?
I apologize. It might just be a formatting issue, or I don't know if you could tell with the color differential. Instead of repeating the same line many times on this table, where it's darker shaded blue, all of those are to eliminate the change of use impact fee. So I apologize if that was not clear on the table.
Thank you for that clarification. So for all 15 fees, you are proposing, all 15 districts,
That's right.
You are proposing eliminating fees associated with the change of use project. Okay.
That's correct.
And then the second question is, are you proposing the elimination of the fee no matter the size of the project that's being changed?
So in, I would say, almost all of them, there is no size indicated currently in the planning code, and so we would just be striking out wherever it says change of use under the list of fees that would normally be charged.
Okay, so
But there are a couple that are, as you could tell from the bottom of the table, there are a couple that are structured a little bit differently. So those amendments are currently being drafted, so I apologize, I don't have that exact language in front of me right now.
Okay, so I don't think it would matter to me actually what size they are, but you presented this as a small business desire, and but in actuality, it would apply no matter the size and the change of use. Is that correct?
That's right. In this planning code context, I know that there's our definitions don't match. We consider small businesses businesses with 100 or fewer employees, but I know that that's not how planning code treats that definition. So again, just understanding that there isn't quite that same like-for-like definition of a small business.
Okay, so you are saying no matter the size of the business, you want to eliminate the change of use fee
That's correct.
in these 15 districts. Thank you for that clarification. I am supportive in this economic environment of that.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Braun?
I'm also supportive of the legislation and the amendments and additions. I just want to comment more broadly on just to recognize that whenever we are reducing or deferring or eliminating whatever it might be impact fees, one of the things that we are adopting is the nexus study that was prepared for the city attorney's office to back up the relationship between development and the creation of demand for city infrastructure. And so, given current circumstances, I'm in favor of these efforts to reduce the fee burden. But I also want to recognize that this is the city really putting some skin in the game here and in a way taking on some of these expenses itself for this infrastructure as a means of trying to spur economic activity in the city. And so I think, I just kind of, I don't want to give us too big a pat on the back for that, but it's a helpful thing. It's something that should be recognized. These are not just hypothetical fees that sit out there and somebody just sort of made up. They do have a relationship to demand on infrastructure in the city. And it would be reasonable in the future to, again, sort of revisit what these fee levels ought to be. But regardless, for this legislation, I am in support. And I'll leave it there.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Imperial?
Thank you. I have a question to planning staff. Is there a sunset language for this ordinance or no?
Dan Sider with staff. Commissioner Imperial, there is a sunset for the fee waiver portion of the ordinance. There's a 3-year sunset on the hospitality uses and the PDR and retail uses.
Okay. Just hypothetically, I mean, I'm looking at this, different impact fees districts. So, we've had conversations here about the change of use, let's say, of office to housing. So how let's say there is a building right now or a developer trying to change an office to housing, they will not be affected by this, they will be affected by this impact fee deferral or with the change of use, or that would be different?
As currently drafted, a project that hasn't yet paid its impact fees could avail itself, for example, of the fee deferral program should this ordinance pass by the board and be signed by the mayor.
Yeah, and it has to be after construction, not before the construction.
The deferral program would be open to projects that haven't yet paid their fees. So under today's law, fees are paid prior to permit issuance, prior to issuance of first construction document. So were that payment not to be made, then yes, in general terms, that project could enroll in the fee deferral program and not pay those fees generally until immediately prior to occupancy.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sider, for that question. Yeah, I understand that this is a temporary and there's a sunset language, and I believe this will be, there will be another nexus study of this after the sunset language, or after the sunset. I guess that's my question. Will there be a nexus study after the sunset?
Part of the ordinance that you're adopting right now would memorialize in the planning code the most recent nexus study that was done for the city. That's done, that's complete, that's adopted, but it's not yet enshrined in the planning code. So that, and forgive me for not mentioning this earlier, that's an important technicality, but it is relevant to this ordinance that it would be memorialized in the planning code. I don't believe, this ordinance does not bind the city to any new or changed schedule for future nexus studies.
Okay. I guess, again, since there is a sunset language, what is the next process in order to reevaluate the fee waivers and the deferral fees? What is the process for that?
There's no new process outlined in this part of the code or any other part in the planning code, at least. I can only speculate that when the TAC reconvenes as part of the legislation you just heard, that the impact fee and sort of the exaction conversation in general would be reopened.
Okay, that will be part of their conversation. Okay, thank you. I am. Again, we are in such an. Thank you, Mr. Sider. You can sit. I will just say that I am very cautious and very wary of this deferral impact fees. Although I do understand in terms of the small businesses, and I think when there are conversation about the elimination impact fees, and that's why I highlight the conversation about the equity, and my issue with this, in a way, kind of like a blanketed type kind of change in planning code like this, it doesn't really, we don't have enough analysis. And in terms of, let's say, we have, in issues of, say, affordable housing, small businesses, how big the small businesses will be, the change of uses. This is the type of things that I'm kind of worried about in terms of when we are trying to change something in the planning code as well. A lot of these, the area plans has been vetted out in the community, and many of the times these area plans were presented that there will be high impact fees that will be received by the city in order to improve the infrastructure. So I just want to say that. So for me, I recognize that the impact fees for different sectors may be vary, but I think as in planning department, we probably need to look into and reassess in terms of how equitable this impact fees or the changes in the impact fees will be. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Koppel?
Yeah, I cannot think of a more opportune time to implement these tools. We need to give developers the tools to build their projects that we've approved, ideally, and we need to give these business owners the tools they need to stay open, stay in business. So I'm going to make a motion to approve, including the small business amendments.
Does that include the blue line version we also received?
Yes.
Okay. A second.
Very good, Commissioners. There is a motion that has been seconded to approve with the amendments submitted to the ordinance as well as the Small Business Commission recommendations. On that motion, Commissioner Braun?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Diamond?
Aye.
Commissioner Imperial?
No.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
And Commission President Tanner?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Imperial voting against. Commissioners, it'll place us on item 17 for case number 2020-004806AHB for the property at 4199 Mission Street. This is a Home SF project authorization.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jeff Horn, Planning Department staff. The item before you is a request for housing opportunities mean equity, or the Home SF program project authorization, pursuant to Planning Code Section 206.3 and 328, for the demolition of an existing one-story commercial building and new construction of a 6-story 40-unit residential building. The Home SF project authorization would also grant zoning modifications from dwelling unit exposure and exceptions to rear yard and ground floor use requirements. Subject lot is developed or is located in the Excelsior Outer Mission Neighborhood Commercial District within the Outer Mission neighborhood adjacent to Ocean View and the Excelsior neighborhoods. The project is located on a triangular flatiron shaped lot which is bounded by Mission Street and Nay Street and is developed with a gas station, including a mini mart, pumps and canopy, and a window tinting accessory use. The proposed project would involve the demolition of the existing one-story commercial building, removal of the underground storage tanks and associated utilities for the gas station, and the construction of a new 60-foot tall, 45,000 gross square foot, 6-story residential building. The building contains 40 residential units, including 14 one-bedroom, 22 two-bedroom, and 4 three-bedroom units. The 7,000 square foot basement is accessed via a curb cut on Nay Street and an automobile lift within the building and contains 13 vehicle parking spaces. At the ground floor level, the Mission Street frontage contains 4 walk-up units with direct access from the street. The Nay Street frontage contains the main lobby, transformer room, mechanical and building services, and the basement access door. And the internal area of the ground floor contains the bike parking room, bike repair room, and mail room as amenities for the tenants. The project provides common usable open space at the rear yard and roof deck, as well as on private open space decks and patios adjacent to some of the units. Street improvements include the removal of 4 existing curb cuts, a pedestrian bulb out added to the intersection sidewalk, street trees, on-site landscaping, and 2 Class 2 bicycle racks to accommodate 4 biking park spaces. The HomeSF program provides benefits to projects that designate on-site affordable dwelling units at below market rate rents. This project would provide 30% or 12 units of the 40 total proposed units as permanently affordable on-site units in exchange for zoning modifications, exceptions, and development bonuses. In addition to the form-based density and 2 additional stories of height provided by the HomeSF program, the project seeks zoning modification for the 11 units facing onto the non-compliant rear yard. The units do, however, face onto an open area with more than 25 feet, that is more than 25 feet in openness in every horizontal dimension. The project also requests exceptions from the Planning Commission for active ground floor uses and rear yard. Pursuant to Planning Code Section 328, the Commission may grant minor exceptions to the Planning Code in addition to the development bonuses. Such exceptions, however, should only be granted to allow building mass to be appropriately shifted to respond to the surrounding context, and only when the Commission finds that such modifications do not substantially reduce or increase the overall building envelope permitted by the HomeSF program. The project does not provide ground floor commercial uses along the Mission frontage. However, the project does provide ground floor residential units with raised units, recessed entrances with porches, and direct connections to the street, providing activation of the building frontage. Additionally, Mission Street has a downward lateral slope towards the north, creating difficulty in developing ground floor commercial spaces with uniform residential floors above within the existing height limit for the site. The inclusion of ground floor commercial uses that meet Section 145 would likely necessitate the increased height of the building, which would result in an increase in the building envelope. The subject development lot is approximately 10,000 square feet. Per Planning Code Section 134, corner properties may provide a 20% of their lot as an interior court on the property. The project provides a 1,340 square foot rear yard at the corner of the lot, equal to approximately 13.5% of the lot's area. HomeSF, the project as developed, could have, with full lot development at the ground floor, which could occur at this site should commercial had been provided, because the zoning allows for full lot development at the ground floor. The building could have had a total area of 61,345 square feet. However, the project as proposed provides a 1,340 square foot rear yard, contributing to the existing mid-block open space of the surrounding properties. The relief and relocation of the building massing sought with the exception results in a building area of 54,000 square feet, which is not an increase to the size of the building that could occur through HomeSF at this site. A preliminary mitigated negative declaration for the project was prepared and published for public review on May 17th, 2023, and public comment lasted until June 6, 2023. No appeals were received, and the final M&D is included in the case report. The mitigation monitoring and report program will be included through the conditions of approval within the motion before you today. At the time of the case report's publishing, the department had received 5 correspondents on the project site. 2 were in general support of the development, and 2 expressed concerns with the scale of the development and increased street parking demand resulting from the project. The owner of the gas station also expressed opposition to the loss of an independent gas station. Since the case report publication, 1 letter in opposition has been received, concerned with cumulative street parking issues, and 13 emails in support of the housing development were received. The department finds that the project is, on balance, consistent with the objectives and policies of the general plan and meets all applicable requirements of the planning code. The project will maximize the use of a currently underutilized lot and construct a new 6-story residential building within close proximity to public transport, commercial corridors, and jobs. Additionally, the project will increase the city's housing stock by providing a total of 40 new dwelling units, 12 of which would be designated as on-site affordable units. Of the 40 units, 26 dwelling units will be family-friendly units in that they will contain 2 or more bedrooms and contain amenities like usable open space, in-unit laundry, walk-in closets for greater storage. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Project sponsor, you have 5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes, not 10. Oh, sorry, I'll speak quickly. Hi, my name is Amy Lee, and I am here on behalf of Ron Manalia, who is here as well, and he's the project sponsor. Mr. Malia started his auto shop in 1982. He has made many improvements to the project and its underground tanks, and eventually he was able to purchase the property. At that time, he also lived nearby. The project utilizes a large irregular shaped lot to create new residential uses. The project is compatible with recently constructed residential projects in the Outer Mission and Excelsior neighborhood and is within walking distance to the Glen Park Station. Given my reduced time, I just want to make a couple of notes as well, and won't go through my entire presentation. I just want to emphasize that this project site is well served by the public transit. 44, 49, and 14 muni buses run within 3 blocks of the project, and the Glen Park BART station is 4 blocks from the project. Our initial submission in July 2020, we had 39 residential units and only 9 off-street parking spaces. An L-shaped building with 20% at grade was allowed at that time for home SF projects, and it was at that point 65-foot height instead of what we see here. After meeting with the neighbors early on and working very closely with planning, we actually made significant changes. We tried to increase the parking spaces to 18 in response to the neighbors' concerns, but given the city's transit policies, it was reduced to 13 off-street parking spaces. The project also includes 40 Class 1 bicycle as well as 4 Class 2 bicycle spaces. Several revisions were made to the design. The massing was shifted at the rear of the building from Ney to Mission Street to provide relief to the neighbors. The open rear yard open space was shifted to the northeast corner of the parcel to be consistent with the adjacent open space property. The 6th floor was set back to add architectural detail and provide a change of plane to the upper story. The entire project was set back at the ground floor about 9 inches to accommodate new street trees and the sidewalk. The curb cuts were consolidated and eliminated to provide a safer pedestrian environment and to preserve the existing trees. And as the architect will tell, I think we benefited from additional off-street parking, street parking, because of the consolidation. We understand that the community has a desire for more off-street parking, but given the city's policies and planning guidelines, it is simply difficult for this project, and it would not be viable if more off-street parking was required. We did receive some signatures of support, but generally people were reluctant to put their name out there in terms of supporting this project. Notwithstanding, we do hope that this commission, and based on the staff's recommendation, will approve this project. And I want to introduce Gary G., our architect, to provide more details.
Great. Rather than repeat what the staff said, had an excellent presentation. Just briefly, if we go to the second slide, this site actually has 4 large curb cuts, the smallest being 24 feet and the other 3 at 28 feet. We've eliminated those curb cuts, as you can see in the dotted lines on some of these images right here. And then by eliminating the curb cuts, we have probably created 8 compact parking spaces at the street level. We have an auto driveway, which is a trade-off. So really, we've created about 7 off-street parking spaces by eliminating this gas station. The other items that should be noted too is of the 40 units, they mentioned earlier that 14 units are one bedrooms, which represent 14% of the units. Two-bedroom units, we have 22, which represent 55% of this project. Normally we see either 40 or 50%. And we have three-bedroom units, which are family units, which are about 10%, 4 units. One of the things that we have recently done is we've been hired to remodel an SRO in the city, especially in Chinatown. And one of the things we notice in these type of buildings, and it's kind of a heartwarming experience. We went in there in the evening to see how the families and the single people and elderly use the building, is we found children in the stairway doing homework, okay? It was the only quiet spot under fluorescent light, maybe ages 3rd grade to 6th grade. So one of the things we talked about with Mr. Malia was, can we create common rooms on different floors in this building for adults to interact privately and for children who can do group homework studies? And that was one of the features that we did in this project on floor 2, 5, and 6. The other floors are community washer and dry rooms right now. So we also envision at grade at the rear. I think I see, if you saw on the plan, it was a small children play area, and then the adults could use the roof deck. That's okay. And so that's when my closing. I'll be available to answer any questions regarding this project. It's within walking distance to the Glen Park BART station too. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we should open up public comment. Members of the public, this is your opportunity to address the commission on this matter. If you're in the chambers, please come forward. If you're calling in remotely, you need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx. Again, through the chair, you'll each have 2 minutes.
Hi, Commission. An honor to speak in front of you. I just want to voice my support for this great project and also for the project sponsor, a local small business owner who is part of the recovery of San Francisco and part of our growth. When things are so hard and complex and expensive that only billion-dollar corporations can compete, it pushes guys like this sponsor out of the way. And it's so heartwarming to see this project, which I think is thoughtfully designed, has a great planner. I urge you to support it as well. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other members of the public in the chambers coming forward, let's go to our remote caller.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jake Price with the Housing Action Coalition. We have not officially reviewed this project. However, we are incredibly supportive of projects like this. And when I say that, I'm referring to projects that utilize the Home SF program, which we should be incentivizing and encouraging project teams to do. Additionally, this project converts car-oriented infrastructure into much-needed housing, something that the HAC loves to see as well. So we love these types of projects, and we need more of them to meet our RHNA goals, and we should be promoting the use of our local density bonus. Thank you.
Okay, last call for public comment. Seeing no additional requests to speak, public comment is closed, and this matter is now before you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Just want to echo the kind of what a great project to see, a property owner transforming your property into something new. And I think, Commissioners, even though we were looking earlier and still, I know this cloud's kind of hanging overhead of this chart. This chart's just going to be kind of hanging over us for the next few years. There are opportunities, I think, as you kind of mentioned, Commissioner Braun, all projects that are prototyped aren't reflective of all the scenarios in reality. Folks who own their property who, if we get our mix of things right and our requirements right, can bring forward their property that may be used as one thing now and decide to transform it into housing. So there are opportunities like this. I think it's a great project. I really want to thank you. I heard so many instances of refining the project, working with the community and with staff. And so commend staff as well as the project sponsor for being responsive to what you heard. Definitely understand, having worked in this neighborhood, the sensitivity of parking. But I think you made a great point of creating somewhere on-street parking and as well as the parking that's in the building. And we know trying to get to a more car-free society is a transition that we're still in, and so it can be hard. in communities where folks still are using their vehicles or need their vehicle for work and school and may not always have designated parking spaces at their homes. And so they can be challenged to welcome new neighbors because they know there may be more vehicles associated with those residents. But hopefully we can get to a point where it's not as much of a crunch. So again, really supportive of this project and very happy to be supporting it today. Commissioner Koppel?
I was going to make a motion to approve.
I'll second. But then I'll call on Commissioner Braun if he has any additional comments or questions.
Nope, nothing lengthy. Just wanted to say I also am in full support of this project, and I want to echo the comments about the challenges sometimes of transitioning towards away from very auto-centric uses. But at the same time, there's a real benefit to this project. I walk by this site on a regular basis, and gas stations are always tricky places to walk by, so I appreciate the contribution to the pedestrian environment and safety in the area as well, and I support the project.
Great, thank you.
Seeing nothing further, Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to approve with conditions on that motion. Commissioner Braun?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Diamond?
Aye.
Commissioner Imperial?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
And Commission President Tanner?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. And we'll place this on item 18 for case number 2022-009099 CUA for the property at 1111 California Street. This is also a conditional use authorization.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dakota Spiescher, Planning Staff. The item before you today is a request for conditional use authorization to amend the conditions of approval of Planning Commission Motion 19020, which was approved by the Commission on November 14th, 2013, to conditionally permit a general entertainment use, the Nob Hill Masonic Center. Specifically, this request proposes to amend condition number 48, which would increase the maximum number of large live events as defined with 250 attendees or more from 79 to 91 events annually. Subsequently, condition number 49 would also be amended to reflect the increased number of large entertainment events. However, the annual limit of 54 large entertainment events that are music events or concerts, as imposed by condition number 49, would be retained. The 12 additional non-music large entertainment events are contemplated to be primarily comedy, community, and other speaking events. No other amendments to motion number 19020 are proposed, and all other conditions of approval in that original motion would remain in effect. On November 14, 2013, a final EIR, or Environmental Impact Report, was certified by the Planning Commission through the approval of Motion 19019. The final EIR analyzed 95 live large entertainment events annually and found it would have no significant environmental effects. To date, the department has received 3 letters in support of and 4 letters in opposition to the project, which include 1 additional letter of opposition and 2 letters in support of the project that were received prior to the publishing of your packet. Opposition to the project is primarily centered on increased congestion and emissions around the Masonic, limitations on existing street parking, and safety concerns regarding concert attendees. Support of the project is centered on economic and cultural importance of the Masonic. The project sponsor held 1 community meeting on March 28, 2023. The department supports the request to increase the number of large live entertainment events from 79 to 91, which would allow for increased flexibility with non-music events. The department also finds the project to be necessary, desirable, and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and not to be detrimental to persons or adjacent properties in the vicinity. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, project sponsor. You have 5 minutes.
Joe's got a hand up. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Steve Vettel with Farrell, Brown, and Martell on behalf of the project sponsors, the Masons of California and Live Nation. The The 3,200-seat Masonic Auditorium opened 65 years ago at the top of Nob Hill. Since then, the Masonic has operated continuously as an entertainment and cultural venue, hosting concerts, comedy shows, speakers, ceremonies, banquets, and corporate meetings, as well as the Masons of California's annual convention. The top of Nob Hill is a mixed-use neighborhood, includes hotels, restaurants, and bars, institutional and cultural venues, and high-density residential. The zoning is also mixed-use. In 2013, as Dakota stated, this commission approved a conditional use to clarify the Masonic's legal status. The commission imposed 50 conditions of approval that were negotiated with the community and which implemented the EIR's improvement measures. These conditions address a range of potential impacts from traffic to noise and parking, litter pickup, alcohol sales, operating hours, and a limit on the annual number of large events. As stated in the presentation, this application is to modify only one of those 50 conditions to increase the annual number of large entertainment events from 79 to 91, while retaining the annual limit of 54 concerts. These additional 12 events will be primarily comedy shows and speaking engagements such as book tours, not concerts. The other 49 conditions would remain the same. Implementation of the 2013 conditions of approval have proven to be highly effective in ensuring that the Masonic operates as a good neighbor, minimizing impacts on the area. Over the past 9 years of operation of these conditions, there's been no record of complaints to or any enforcement actions taken by the Police Department, Entertainment Commission, or Planning Department. And comedy shows and speaking engagements we seek to increase are the least impactful. The capacity for these events is reduced to 2,300 seats. These shows tend to let out earlier than concerts, and there was no need for equipment load-in and late-night load-out, or for performer buses. Patrons travel to and from Nob Hill to attend events at the Masonic, just as patrons travel to other entertainment venues throughout the city, such as Oracle Park, Bill Graham Auditorium, and Chase Center. And the presence of these people in the neighborhood is experienced in the neighborhood. Many of our neighbors welcome them, but not everyone is happy about this presence, and you may hear from some of them this afternoon. To address these neighbors' concerns, the Masons and Live Nation have ongoing discussions with them and other neighbors. We continued this hearing twice to accommodate more of these meetings, as described in the document I just handed up to you. In response to these meetings, we continually update the Masonic's operations to address new issues that may arrive, in addition to complying with the 50 conditions of approval. For example, one recent issue not addressed by the conditions of approval is unauthorized street vendors selling food, beverages, and merchandise in the area. We have no authority to prevent these street vending on public sidewalk beyond our perimeter, but we have requested that Public Works and the Department of Public Health, that do have jurisdiction, address this issue. We'll continue to seek help from these departments on this issue, as well as adjust any other operating conditions to address other new issues that may arise. A successful Masonic auditorium helps implement the policies of the arts element of the general plan that calls for live entertainment opportunities throughout the city. Since Live Nation began operating the Masonic in 2014, it has hosted over 500 events with over 1 million guests, contributing to the city's cultural life and providing an economic boost to Nob Hill. An increase in the number of comedy shows and cultural shows by 12 events annually will add to these contributions to the city. At the same time, given our compliance with the 2013 conditions of approval, the low impact of comedy shows, and our ongoing dialogue with the neighborhood, we do not believe these 12 additional events, non-concert events, will change in any way the Masonic's history of being a good neighbor to the Nob Hill community. For all these reasons, we urge your approval of our application. Representatives of the Masons and Live Nation are here, and we are available to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, members of the public, this is your opportunity to address the commission on this matter. If you're in the chambers, please come forward and line up on the screen side of the room or to your right. Go ahead, sir. Through the chair, you'll each have 2 minutes. Again, if you're calling in remotely, you'll need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Stan Landfair. I am a past president and presently the director of the Nob Hill Association. I also live at Gramercy Towers, which is next door to the Masonic. Our position is very, very simple. The net change, if the motion is granted, will be on the average one additional non-musical event per month. Given the nature and the small number of these additional events, the incremental change will have only a de minimis effect, if it has any effect at all. I'd like to speak for a moment to the reliability of the Masonic to mitigate any adverse effects that might arise. As noted above, I've served as director of the association for over 10 consecutive years, as well as living next door at the Gramercy. I can personally attest to the cooperativeness of the applicant, the Masonic, to respond to any concerns. Finally, I'd like to ask everyone to take a tolerant attitude with any application submitted by the Masonic. They are truly a good neighbor. I'd like to remember the pandemic, how the neighborhood has suffered, the whole city. All the major hotels were threatened. We lost restaurants. The Masonic helped us to hold on. If that won't be said elsewhere, we'll say here, thank you, Masonic. That concludes my remark.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Joanne Desmond, and I'm here on behalf of IAT Local 16, the Stagehands Union, who work up at the Masonic. I am here in support of Live Nation's request to increase from 79 to 91 live events at the Masonic Auditorium. These will be small events that will result in minimal, if any, disruption to the neighbors. Live Nation has been a good partner and a good labor partner for us. We ask for confirmation on this matter. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so much for being here and providing such service to the City and County of San Francisco and all residents and visitors to this great city. It's the greatest city in America, and I am the president of IATSE Local 16, the Stage Technicians Union. We represent stagehands, film workers, music workers, whether at the San Francisco Symphony, the opera, on film production, event production. We have, for 128 years, have represented workers doing extraordinarily difficult work under adverse circumstances, and I'm very happy to say that Live Nation is one of our best partners. They provide working conditions for our members that are without par in the industry. They provide opportunity for San Franciscans for whom opportunity is sometimes only a dream. We are able to provide for San Franciscans coming out of public high schools, from San Francisco State, from City College, people with associate's degrees in theater technology or broadcast engineering from SF State, or from Ruth Asawa School of the Arts after 4 years of theater technical work at the high school level. We are seeing members of our community being given the opportunity to have jobs with healthcare and justice for 12 small shows that the bulk of the neighbors don't oppose. It's a simple ask for us, and we really hope that we can count on each commissioner to vote yes for this modification. Thank you for letting me go a little over on my time, and thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. And you actually have 6 seconds left, but thank you for your comments, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Keith Nobler. I am a sound engineer, member of IATSE Local 16, and a San Francisco resident. I live in Hayes Valley. I speak in support of this. I've mixed many good comedy shows and book events, such as Katie Couric's book tour, and Andrew Schultz, Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, major comedians have come through this venue. We are very lucky to have it, and I participate in the load-ins of the production crew every day, so I'm a ambassador to the neighborhood to make sure that the sidewalks are in fact clear, the volume is kept at mitigated volume level, and I hope that we can keep this venue moving keep these shows coming in. The city cannot afford to lose these type of things. It's a great thing to have. So I speak in support of this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aaron Cole. I'm a partner at Stooky's Club Modern. We're one of the bars and that are close to the Masonic, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the business owners, bars and restaurants that are in the neighborhood, because the Masonic and the guests from the Masonic have a positive material impact on our business. So I'm just going to read a letter, which I believe you have. I sent in earlier today, signed by 10 of our local businesses, and I'll just read it. Dear Commissioners, we are business owners in the Lower Nob Hill District, and we'd like you to know that we're in support of the Masonic Auditorium's request for 12 additional comedy-type events per year. These events can attract up to 2,000 guests per night from across the Bay Area, across the state, and across the world. These are people who typically will eat, drink, and otherwise patronize the businesses of San Francisco. Given the current economic conditions, not to mention the negative press about our city, we are now more reliant than ever on the outside influx of visitors, since so many people aren't coming to the city that normally would. And basically what I'm saying is that these are visitors additionally that are going to replace visitors that normally would be here. We hire San Franciscans. The 10 businesses here probably have 50 to 100 employees in all added together. We support local vendors, we pay our taxes, and we try and do the right thing by our neighbors. And remember that it's food and drink entertainment that's one of the main reasons why people live in San Francisco and visit San Francisco. So we urge your support on item 18. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Claire Hughes. I've worked at Masonic in the concessions field for over about 11 years. So I work for Global Gourmet Catering. We have done both the concessions for all the venues and for conferences. I'm in support of increasing our shows to 12 more. That would be great for us as an employee. We also have about 40 of our employees work every show, so you'd be continuing to help us stay employed and continue to be able to live and work in this great city.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Robin Carter. I also work for Global Gourmet Catering. I've been working as a bartender at Masonic for the last decade, and also in support of adding the 12 shows on. It'd be very helpful for our staff. I do work every show there, and I also live in the Nob Hill neighborhood, and I just walk, I'm a couple blocks away from the venue, and I walk there, and it'd be really helpful to have these extra 12 shows a year to help with the income, and also to be able to afford living in San Francisco. So it'd be great. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Barbara Fink. I live at 1200 California Street, the corner of Jones. I'm speaking as a resident. 1200 California management and some of the residents met with Live Nation and Masonic just last week, and they've assured us that they are addressing our complaints. And I would like to list those complaints so that they can get into the record. Number one is traffic before and after events, difficulty getting in and out of garages and blocking residents' access. Live Nation has stated that they have a traffic officer pre and post events to help with the entrance and the exit from the events, and that they hire San Francisco Police Department traffic officers to oversee this event. We'd like that to continue. Noise. 2013 agreement stated that nothing before 7 a.m., but there's nothing listed in hours after the events are done. And as an example, we hear beeping from a loading truck at 1 a.m. It's difficult for us to sleep. They said they would look into this. We don't know if it's a safety issue, but we would like to have a limit as to when they can load trucks at night. Excrement. People are relieving themselves on Grace Cathedral, in the alleys, and sidewalks. They have 2 public toilets as Masonic Garage, but this is not generally noted by the public. And we would like this to be known. They are doing things that are letting people in earlier so that they can go to the bathrooms, but we would like this to be of record. The food trucks have already been described. The events goers are congregating in 1,200.
But that is your time.
Well,
everybody's, if she can go next.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Marilyn Brenner. I also live at 1200 California, which is across the street from the Masonic. Barbara had some different points to make than I'm reiterating a few of them, but my big concern is trash. And these have been described as small events. They're not small. The non-music events are in the neighborhood of 2,300 people. The music ones are 3,300, more or less. But the sheer level of trash, and we did have this meeting with the Masonic and Live Nation, and they very nicely agreed to extend their supervision, or whatever you want to call it, of cleaning the sidewalks, not to limit it anymore to just in front of the Masonic, but to extend it at least on our side of the street, which is the north side of California, down to Leavenworth. So we would really like them to hold to that, because it was simply a verbal agreement. Also, we have people loitering in our entry. It's looks convenient to have Uber and people pick you up there, but it's disturbing to us. And they did say that they would do their best to keep people moving down the sidewalk and not to eat their hot dogs in our entry. Was that my time? Let's see here.
You've got 25 seconds.
Yeah. What'd you say? Oh, and the other one is, the original permit was to be reviewed in 3 years, I believe. Perhaps I would really appreciate if we could try the additional 12 shows and review it, review it at the end of 1 year, not 3. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paul Guerrero, and I represent Global Gourmet Catering. I've been with them for over a decade, and I've been working with the Masonic, and I am in support of the additional shows because it brings traffic, it pays the bills for families, and a lot of people that I've worked with have made their own businesses, and they've created families, and I want to support them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is David Thompson. I live on Sacramento Street between Mason and Taylor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in opposition to Masonic Live Nation application. I don't agree with the executive summary of the planning department to the effect that the activities are compatible with the neighborhood and furthermore, that they're in fact, I think they're detrimental to the neighborhood. A few examples. We've heard about the hawking of the T-shirts and memorabilia. That includes people in the middle of the street on California at times. We've heard about the food vendors. Performance buses are parked overnight on Taylor Street at Huntington Park. They appear to use their engines or generators to continuously run the power accessories. There may be shore power on California Street as required in condition of approval number 25 for concert buses parked on California, but there's nothing on Taylor. Accordingly, the neighborhood gets the noxious and offensive emissions along with the accompanying noise. Also, performance buses on Taylor have hit and damaged our beautiful trees along the Huntington Park side of Taylor. These are a few examples on the burden on the neighborhood. What I'm looking for, and I imagine what you're looking for, is a balance, a respect for the various permitted uses in our neighborhood, including residential. We're not trying to reduce the rights that they currently have, but I believe that the requested authorization is a privilege, one that should be earned, and that promotes the health of our city and the neighborhood. And as they operate, I don't believe they do. So thank you for considering my opinion, and I do appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm retired Army Captain Michael Gerald, or Mickey, a longtime San Francisco resident, and I love this country and I love this city. I know going through tough times. We know that. I've lived here a very long time with the exception of fighting overseas. I've been in San Francisco since 19 years old. So that's a number of decades, and I've seen all the challenges we've gone through. Currently, as a lifetime member of the Nob Hill Association, with many of my friends present, I've seen a number of these concerts over the decades. While there are concerts and events at the Chase Center, there are events over at the Civic Center, at the auditorium, the same problems that we struggle with noise and litter, are present at every venue I've ever attended in San Francisco for the 20 plus years I've been here. Truthfully, it's more like 30. But I understand and respect that there's concerns. I just don't want to see another venue compromised with such a small addition to the programming where there's a loss of revenue and a loss of opportunity. I mean, these are non-music events. And I've attended both non-music events and music events. They're great. Do we have a few people that get a little nuts? Sure, but we have that in the financial district where I've lived for 20 plus years. I think just adding these 12, and I'm certainly not a member of and no financial interest in Live Nation, I think it's just a great idea to look at more opportunities for more people to come into San Francisco, for those of us who live in San Francisco, and for those of us to enjoy the entertainment opportunities the city needs, and we don't need to lose another opportunity for people to come in and enjoy the greatest city in America. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other members of the public in the chambers coming forward, let's go to our remote callers.
Yes, my name is James Wall. I live at 1170 Sacramento Street, across the street from the Masonic, about 1 block, maybe 500 feet away or so. First thing is I did not receive notice of this meeting directly. I found out through others about the meeting. So I'm not sure if they're in compliance with their notice requirements, because there may be others who had wished to speak as well. My concern is primarily with compliance by the Masonic and Live Nation with the conditions that were agreed some years ago. The Masonic, at their public meeting that they held, indicated they were in compliance, but they did not have any metrics to establish that they were, in fact, measuring those metrics, and therefore we have no idea whether or not they were complying with them. So that is a significant concern. Specifically for me, I'm concerned with the performer buses parking on Taylor Street, running without shore power, running their diesels despite the 5-minute limit that San Francisco has for running such vehicles. And secondly, the performers are not staying in our hotels. They're apparently staying in buses, which is not supportive of the neighborhood, which would be desirable. The other is there was a comment that these are inconsequential. If they are inconsequential, then there's no need to add them. I do believe that the Masonic would like to add these. We would like to work, I think, as a neighborhood together with the Masonic and come to a very good conclusion about allowing them to have additional performances, but assuring that they are complying and being a good neighbor.
Thank you, sir. That is your time.
Hi, my name is Diane Thompson. I also live in the neighborhood. I live across from Huntington Park. I think what I'd like to propose is just a quid pro quo from Live Nation. It seems that there's a viable solution to this request. Make the events compatible with our neighborhood. Lecture series, book tours are fine. The raucous concerts are not. They bring an element of people that totally disrupt our neighborhood, trash our neighborhood, make me feel unsafe. I don't like the buses running. We have you have security guards monitoring the buses. It looks like a police state. And never mind the 14 or 15 cars that can't park there during the day. That impacts our families and our neighbors. I welcome more business in our city. Of course, I love our city too. I love Nob Hill Cafe, and all the bars and cafes are filled, but not at the expense of our neighborhood. I moved here for a reason. I'd ask for respect for our neighborhood, for our neighbors, my friends, and Live Nation, you are welcome if you keep to placid events only. Thank you.
Okay. Last call for public comment. Seeing none, public comment is closed, and this matter is now before you, Commissioners.
Great, thank you for everyone who spoke, and many of folks here in the chamber for that, and the product sponsor as well. Generally supportive of the request for the additional events. I was curious if any of the project sponsors wanted to comment on some of the, I know you spoke a bit about the negotiations you have with the neighbors. Sound like we had a couple folks, Ms. Brenner and Ms. Fink, talking about some of the agreements that you kind of came to. If you could elaborate on your commitment to taking care of some of those things. I think I heard traffic, blocking garages, people relieving themselves. I think hearing some maybe indication trying to direct people to the bathrooms that are available, as well as cleaning up trash, litter, things like that, and making sure folks aren't maybe using other areas around the concert venue when they're trying to get their lifts and ride shares home. So whoever wants to respond to those conversations and kind of some of the agreements that you've come to.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm Alan Casselou with the Masons of California. In our conversations with building managers and HOA presidents near us, we heard the same concerns that you heard this afternoon. In terms of trash pickup, what we agreed to do is to pick up trash before and during the event, as well as after the event, which is what the procedure had been up until that point. Regarding patrons that might gather or make noise outside of their building, we've committed to putting staff by their building to keep people moving along. The driveway situation at 1201 California, we got a good understanding of that. We have offered to apply for and pay for a keep clear sign there, and to have staff there to enforce that keep clear sign should traffic be congested in front of their driveway. Live Nation has opened the doors or access to the building hours now earlier before the building, so people can come in. There are dozens of restrooms inside the building. We do even have 2 public restrooms that you can access even if the auditorium's not open. And we've committed to directing people to those if they come earlier than the doors are opened. We have committed to work with the city, the health department, and the Department of Public Works to monitor compliance of the street vendors, and we continue to do that as well.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there other comments or questions, motions from commissioners? Commissioner Koppel?
Yeah, very familiar with the area. Actually worked in the Gramercy Towers installing a new fire alarm system about 15 years ago. And had my senior prom at the Fairmont Hotel. So, and attended many shows at the Masonic, and also live across the street from Golden Gate Park on a major entrance. So I'm very familiar with dealing with thousands and thousands and thousands of people in front of my house for weekends at a time, and I'm all for it. So I wanted to make a motion to approve the extra event nights.
Second.
There's no further or deliberation, commissioners. There's a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions. On that motion, Commissioner Braun?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Diamond?
Aye.
Commissioner Imperial?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
And Commission President Tanner?
Aye.
So moved, commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0.
We're going to take a short break before we begin our discretionary review calendar.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission hearing for Thursday, July 13th, 2023. Commissioners, we left off under your discretionary review calendar on item 19, case number 2022-008877 DRP for the property at 5028th Street, a discretionary review.
Thank you, Jonas. Good afternoon, President Tanner, Commissioners. David Winslow, Staff Architect. The item before you is a public initiated request for discretionary review of permit application 2022.0802.9754 to construct a horizontal and vertical addition to convert a single-family dwelling into a two-family residential building. The existing building is a Category C, no historic resource, built in 1900. The DR requesters, Sahana Shetty and Alexander Simonson of 40 28th Street, Apartment 3, the adjacent building to the east, are concerned that the project will have significant impact on their unit's light and therefore the quality of life and their property values. Specifically, the proximity of the outdoor side deck would make the area significantly darker and less enjoyable, affecting light into their kitchen and bath areas. It would remain the tallest structure on the block. Two buildings that are close to the subject project's height have peaked roofs facing the street, limiting their shadow and also providing more pleasing aesthetics from the street. Therefore, their alternative proposal is to reduce the overall height of the proposed structure, provide greater distance between the two, and include a peaked roof sloping east to west, which in some ways is a combination of the other two. To date, the department has received one letter in opposition and 21 letters in support of the project. Staff supports the proposed addition as it complies with the planning code and the city's housing goals. The residential design guidelines recommend matching light wells for additions when the situation demands to preserve access to light and air. Typically, the maximum depth requested to apply this guideline is 3 feet. In certain cases where neighboring light well is large enough, it may not even be necessary to match light, as the size of a neighboring light well is large enough to accommodate its own access to light. In this case, the size of the neighboring light well is just such an example of a large light well that would continue to provide adequate light and access to light without a corresponding offset of any kind. However, the project, as proposed, provides a 3-foot deep side setback for most of the length of the adjacent neighbor's light well. Therefore, staff deems that this is not an exceptional or extraordinary situation and recommends not taking discretionary review. Thank you.
Okay, DR requester, you have a 5-minute presentation.
Hello, Commissioners. 28th Street is made up of 4 units, each about 623 square feet. We are a family in Unit 3 and filed the DR. The 2,000 square feet plus gargantuan homes being developed at 28th Street has dramatic impact on our little homes on 40. In his DR response, project sponsor, lovely man, Ronnie, says he worked with the city planners diligently. They may all have had great intentions, but they have misjudged the impact on a building, including mistakenly judging a little deck as a light well. A light well has stairs, so it's a deck and it's not a light well. They suggested, the project sponsor and city planner have suggested we do a shadow analysis, and we did so. And my husband, Alec, will walk us through it. Thank you.
Hello. Can we see the overhead camera? Oh, brilliant. So in your handout on page 1, the first thing that we're showing is the view, the existing view below, and then the proposed view above. What's interesting about this is that it shows that in the existing view, right, that the building is currently 1 foot taller than ours. If you turn the page over to the next side, to page 2, you can actually see that the 1 foot difference is like a thin line across, right, and throws like no shadow today. The other thing that we wanted to point out is that in this arrow where it says 20 feet to ground, so that's the handrail. We measured that from that to the ground. That's 20 feet. The proposed building is 40 feet. So if you picture this table here as the handrail, it's like a 20-foot wall going straight up. So On slide 3, we wanted to show what our proposal looked like. This is so the plan structure is on the left, and you can see the wall, and then on the right, you can see what we were proposing. On page 4, it sort of brings that to life, right? So the building that's almost directly opposite across the street looks just like that. So the floor is here, right, and it goes straight up to a peak. These are the only two 40-foot buildings that are on the street. They both have peaked roofs. So we spent some time doing some light analysis, and I wanted to explain how we did the light analysis and how we actually tried to quantify how much light we are losing. So here in this view, at left, you can see that there's a wall here. This wall has 2 windows, one for our kitchen, one for our bath. And so the way that we're viewing it is that if there's shadow up to the top of that, then that is light lost. At 1:08 p.m., this is on the equinox, you can start to see a little bit of light coming through on that middle wall. So that's the start of when we start to get light. And at 7:06 p.m. on the equinox sunset, right, it's still bright today, as is. On page 6. So you can see today what we have at 7 p.m. We get 358 minutes on the equinox of sunlight. At 3:44, with the existing proposed structure, we lose 202 minutes because basically this side gets dark at 3:44 p.m. And then moving along in our compromise proposal, essentially it gets extended to 5:20 p.m. So it's we lose 106 minutes, but it's significant. In this view on page 7, what we're showing is that actually the shadow keeps going. So this is the equinox, right? And so as time keeps going, it's starting to encroach on that rectangle that is that's our skylight in the hall. So that skylight today, right, has sunlight until, in this case, 7:06 p.m. We start to lose it at 4:50, and it's sort of gone by 5:22. Slide 8, I'll go by this quickly. This is basically like a snapshot of all 3 places, all 3 examples at 3:50 p.m. Today, of course, there's plenty of sun. Tomorrow it's gone by 3:44, and then our proposal still allows light. I'll skip ahead to the final slide. In the last 30 seconds. So our summation is that essentially, if you look at this chart on the last page, page 11, we have a greater than 50% light loss 275 days out of the year. And we think that that's significant. We think that calling our deck a light well is not actually accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. You still have a 2-minute rebuttal at the end. Okay. Project sponsor, you have a 5-minute presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Kate Stoya. My husband, Ronnie Mose. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Okay. Kate Stoya and my husband, Ronnie Mose, we're the property owners, property sponsors. He's the contractor and drew the plans. As you're well aware, San Francisco faces a housing crisis on a widespread scale. Before you is a project to convert a dilapidated cottage between 2 large rectangular multi-unit buildings into 2 family-sized units in Noe Valley, a high-demand area of the city, especially for families. Over the past year, we have diligently worked with the planning department and with neighbors to ensure that the proposed project meets all applicable codes and residential design guidelines and is minimally impactful on neighbors while adding desperately needed housing. As the planning department's analysis notes, our proposed project meets all applicable guidelines and codes, and with respect to applicant's light well, actually exceeds the recommended setback between the current and the proposed building. Applicant's request for discretionary review, far from raising any notable issues under either the planning code or the residential design guidelines, seeks to protect the market value of their condominium from reasonable development of an underutilized lot next door. As such, it does not raise the required exceptional and extraordinary circumstances associated with a proposed project. San Francisco urgently needs housing, and we are ready and waiting to add new housing to our supply and to employ all the laborers, craftspeople, and local businesses that go into building new housing, and we hope that you'll give us the go-ahead today to get started. We'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Okay, just 1 second. Members of the public, if you care to, this is your opportunity to address the commission on this matter. If you're in the chambers, please come forward. If you are calling in remotely, you need to press *3 or raise your hand via WebEx. Seeing no members of the public, I take that back. Let's go to our remote callers. You'll each have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Hi, it's Georgia Shudish. Hi. 2 points about this project, please, and I hope you got to read my letter. The demo calcs are requiring a warning letter, which Mr. Winslow didn't mention because they're so close to the threshold. And so please look at that matrix. Additionally, the sheets in the plans are really sketchy, and they gave a really hard time for the staff. I think that was very unfair. The project illustrates why the couch should be adjusted. The second point concerns the size of the upper unit. Think about what just happened on Mission Street. You approved 4 3-bedroom units that were about 1,240 square feet. This upper unit is 2,500 square feet. The first floor of this upper unit is about 1,400 square feet, which is the average size of housing in San Francisco. It's a typical unit. My suggestion is they put a family unit on the second floor, put 3 bedrooms, be affordable by design, which is what you said on Mission Street, especially since this project is so close to the thresholds necessary and desirable, seem more appropriate. I gave the comparison with the one on Chavez that recently sold in June for $2.795. I don't think the city needs another nearly $3 million unit with inefficient use of space. So I suggest that the 4th floor come off, which you've done for other projects that I mentioned, and you put a nice family-sized unit on that 3rd level, and that would be much better for the housing stock in the city, particularly since this is so close to a demolition. And I hope you ask the project sponsors, if the project is so dilapidated, why are they using the demo calcs to create this, which will be a $6 million building eventually. Thanks a lot. Take care. Be well. Bye.
My name is Lizelle. I am also a resident of 4028th Street, Unit 4. I recall I am in support of the DR requesters. In our previous, I know they were not in the unit when the proposal had come in, but I do recall the neighbor that they had talked to had told us in our HOA meeting that they were considering a sloped roof and moving the building closer to the neighboring building. And in the new proposal that they did give us, that was not the case. I'm the resident on the upper level across from the DR requesters, and the current proposal does cover 3 of my windows, or sorry, 2 of my windows, and it was told to me via our representative who had went to that meeting that there would be a sloped roof. So I don't know, I cannot speak on what was actually said, but based on the papers that I've read and the proposal, that was not the case. Thank you.
Resident of apartment number 1 in the 4028 building, and I am in support of the request that has been done by the owner of the apartment number 3 and now also from apartment number 4. I do think there will be a reduced amount of light as they clearly demonstrated, and the additional floor from the new building will definitely impact also the side windows that are on their side of the building. So I'm definitely supporting the request. Thank you.
Okay, last call. Oh, looks like one more. Mr. Getchow?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great, sorry. Yes, I also am a resident of 4028th Street, and what I was presented with previously was that it would have a sloped roof, and maybe I was misinformed, that's possible. But I do think it will have a significant impact on the light of the building and the garden in the back. There's many things that will be changed significantly about a place I love living, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, last call for public comment. Seeing none, public comment is closed. DR requesters, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you. I just want to echo the first caller's sentiment about the size of these units. San Francisco needs housing. We heard a lot of that today because we were here for the whole session. They're not this. I didn't hear today from anybody that it was like, wow, we need 2,000 plus square foot apartments. That's really the part that's needed. So what we're saying is that, and I think what our compromise plan offered wasn't that we shrunk down anything, but I think that you can build 2 reasonable sized, very nice, in fact, units, residential units, in a smaller footprint without taking up our light space.
Yeah, I echo that. And for the record, we don't really know who the first caller was, but that is really the fact of it, right? You're building 2 ginormous 25,000 square foot buildings and 2,500 square foot buildings. And you're sort of doing this without sort of consideration for the 4 families who are living in 600 square foot buildings next door. And our deck is our deck. It's sized proportional to our unit, and it's not a light well, and I disagree with the city planners on that.
I think that that's an important point. It could have been a light well, except somebody filled it with stairs and then put a deck on top of it. So I hope this picture is a clear picture and shows that it is in fact a deck and not a light well. Thank you.
Project sponsors, you have a 2-minute rebuttal, if you care to use it.
Just to clarify, we did not ever present to any neighbors a sloped roof. I'm not sure what that person thought they saw.
No, that never came. We had actually 2 pre-application meetings with the neighbors. The first time, one neighbor from this building came. His name is Russell. I didn't hear from him today. And he's actually living in the rear bottom. Was going to be the most affected one from this building. And he asked me he says, look, I understand this development, it should be in the city. Can you cut back, do something in the back, chop off the building a little bit? And I did. I took off 7 feet at the corner. It's on the plan. It's quite a big chunk of the building. I had to redesign the whole thing and submit a new round of plans for a pre-application meeting. And he was happy about it. Nobody showed up. There was never a sloped roof. I wish, all this concern came at the beginning. And about their unit, somebody sold them this unit and did not tell them that this construction is coming. So I don't know if they knew or they didn't know, but they got the units, I guess, like a week or 2 before we were done with our 311 notification.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, with that, the public hearing portion is closed, and this matter is now before you.
I want to thank everyone for being here. Certainly understand the challenging circumstances of, sounds like finding out about the project and y'all working on the project probably for a number of months, if not years, before it got to that stage. Any comments, questions for staff, or comments or questions for the project sponsor or DR requester, or motions from commissioners? Commissioner Imperial.
I guess I just want to make comment that I do not necessarily see an extraordinary circumstance around this. I understand that in terms of, I think the main argument that I'm seeing here is that there will be a block from their windows and it's more like view. But in terms of the access to light, there will still be access to light in the arrow. Unless, Mr. Winslow, if you would like to explain that more in terms of the access to light in arrow, but I do not see that as an issue.
Yeah, Mr. Winslow, could you comment on, I mean, I think I would see the slope roof that would be proposed would be significant in terms of modifying the interior space of the second unit that's proposed, but maybe there's more of a carve out, or like we see matching, and again, even though it's not a light well, sometimes light wells are matched with, a little cutout, and I don't know if that's something that you suggested or talked with the project sponsor about, or kind of how those conversations went, if you could maybe just illuminate that for us.
So, yeah, sure. If you go to plan sheet A3, starting at A3 is lower unit, basically all the plans. They have a 3-foot side setback that extends virtually all the way to the rear, starting at the line of the neighbor's adjacent light well.
Mm-hmm.
As I was trying to explain in my report, it's like usually light wells start at 3 feet in depth and varying lengths, and we ask that those be matched by a reciprocating depth of 3 feet. In the case of a light well such as this, which is, as you can see in the aerial views and the plans, pretty deep, pretty wide as well, and even notches in, it kind of provides its own self-sufficient access to light from the sky above. So in that case, we wouldn't have necessarily even asked for a reciprocating light well. Project sponsor did that on all floors, 3 feet, not just the length of the neighbor's light well, but all the way to the back. And that was more than we typically ask for in a light well condition, let alone a self-sufficient light well condition. So I think that was the basis of determining that, yeah, there's always some difference when construction comes that's to be expected, but this is kind of going with the intent of preserving light and air to adjacent properties.
Thank you for expanding on that. Commissioner Braun?
Yes, I'll just say I completely understand the position of the discretionary review requesters, and I'm sympathetic, but I also don't see any exceptional or extraordinary circumstances in this situation. It's a very high bar, and given that the cutout, the notch in the requester's building will continue to provide light and air, and that the neighboring building has been set back 3 feet, which would be the complementary light well anyways, as has just been explained. I also don't see any exceptional or extraordinary circumstances, and so I move to not take DR and approve.
Second.
If there's no further deliberation, Commissioners, there is a motion that has been seconded to not take DR and approve the project as proposed. On that motion, Commissioner Braun?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Diamond?
Aye.
Commissioner Imperial?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
And Commission President Tanner?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. And we'll place us on your final item on today's agenda, number 20, case number 2021-002481 DRP-02 for the property at 900 Chenery Street, also a discretionary review.
Good evening again, President Tanner and Commissioners. David Winslow, Staff Architect. The item before you is a public-initiated request for discretionary review of building permit application 2021.0107.2240 to construct a horizontal rear addition at the first and second levels of a single-family dwelling. The existing building is a Category C, no historic resource, built in 1925. There are 2 DR requesters. The first, Sarah Glasgow of 1419 Edith Street, Berkeley, is concerned that the design of the proposed project is not responsive to the character of the neighborhood and does not conform to the residential design guidelines. Her proposed alternative is to remove the side windows facing the open yard of the adjacent neighbor. The second DR requester, Avelia Matsuda of 906 Chenery, the adjacent property to the west, is concerned the proposed location of the 9 windows will affect the privacy and ability to build in the future, and the vertical addition is too high and invasive. Her proposed alternatives are to, one, remove the 9 windows facing 906 Chenery, reduce the height of the vertical addition, and that's their recommendation. To date, the department has received neither letters in opposition nor support of the project. Staff supports the proposed addition as it complies with the planning code and the residential design guidelines. Staff reviewed the proposed property line windows with respect to impacts to privacy on the neighbor at 906 Chenery, and the project proposes 5 new property line windows, 3 of which are clear story windows above eye level that serve a second floor bathroom, a kitchen, and a first floor dining room. The other 2 are in bedrooms, one towards the front of the lot and the other closer to the rear, which would be closer to the 906 Chenery, which is located towards the rear of their lot. The view angle and distances of the forward bedroom window does not enable any view into the DR requester's house. The window from the bedroom, from bedroom 3, which is closest to the DR requester's front porch, likewise does not provide any substantial view into their house due to the porch roof and the planned view angle of the window vis-a-vis that facade at 906 Chenery. The residential design guidelines furthermore don't preclude windows from looking onto open space of private property, since that condition exists virtually everywhere in the city, where rear windows look onto open rear yards. Property line windows furthermore are also allowed by DBI Administrative Bulletin with a caveat that acknowledges that the owner records and that acknowledges that they will abandon those windows should a neighbor decide to build in an adjoining neighbor build in such a manner that would render those windows unusable. Because of the above circumstances, it's staff's conclusion that the size, number, location, and height of the windows would not pose any exceptional or extraordinary circumstances to impacts on privacy or preclude future expansion of the DR requester's property. Therefore, staff doesn't see any exceptional or extraordinary circumstances and does not recommend taking discretionary review. Thanks.
Okay, is the first DR requester, Sarah Glasgow, present in the chambers? No? Okay, let's go to Evilia Matsuda. You have 5 minutes. Ms. Matsuda, are you with us? Hello? You were just unmuted, so you should be able to speak to us. Okay, there's a person by the name of Vivi. We'll try that. Let's try her.
Henry Street. I would like to first.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Are you one of the DR requesters?
I am the resident, and my mother is the owner. She's the DR requester and the commenter.
Okay, so are you speaking on her behalf?
Apparently she's having some sort of phone issues, so I might well because I don't know what's going on with the phone.
Okay, let's have. I would ask her to call back in, just to give her presentation, and let's go to the project sponsors if they're in the chambers.
Yeah, so Ms. Matsuda, if you're listening, if you can try to call in or maybe log back in, and then we go to you after we hear from the project
exactly.
sponsors.
I would log out and log back in because I don't even see a microphone next to your name anymore.
Thank you.
Project sponsors, there are 2 DR requesters, so you get 10 minutes if you care to use them.
Sorry, and I just none of the other names reflect the names of the other DR requester, I believe, correct?
They don't, and none of them are raising their hands other than Vivi, who was, I guess, one of the DR requester's daughters. So
Great. Yep.
hopefully they can call back in.
Hi, I'm Claire Beasley. I am a principal at 5 Design. We are the architects for the homeowners. This is Carla Robertson, one of the 2 homeowners. I appreciate the presentation that planning made, and I appreciate all of your time. I'm not sure I have a lot to add beyond what Mr. Winslow already articulated. I'm certainly here to answer questions, and just want to reiterate that the project, my clients as well are concerned with privacy and bulk and light and air and want to be respectful neighbors, and we have I feel, improved the building and tried to remain sensitive to those criteria. I don't feel that this is a drastic change. It's not significantly taller. It's less than 3 feet. We have tried to modulate, as Mr. Winslow described, the property line windows to be sensitive around privacy. And the property itself has a lot of deferred maintenance, and I think that in general it will be an improvement to the neighborhood. It will upgrade the building without radically transforming it and introduce a lot of detail at the front that will make it a more handsome member of its neighborhood community. And I think I would defer further comment until I can hear what the DR requesters might have to ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, at least she's got a microphone. Ms. Matsuda, are you able to submit your testimony now? You have 5 minutes.
You already spoke. I already spoke. Did you hear me?
No, we did not hear you, so you have 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. I will say it again. My name is Evalia Matsuda. I'm the homeowner of the 906 January Street. I would like to ask you not to approve any windows on the west elevation adjacent to my property. My house has only one entrance, so if these windows get approved, our privacy will be immensely affected. We would have to walk in and out of our property by the neighbors with new windows, which will be looking over us every time we enter and exit our home. This will be a very intrusive layout that would affect our home privacy. This remodeling project has, if I read it correctly, 20 windows, 2 French doors, 5 skylights, plus 2 entrance doors. This home project is excessive, with so many windows that would grab the part of the best of my property, the peace and privacy. It would also develop my property and create challenges to build on my property in the future. No one, commissioners, would like to be in our situation, being under surveillance 24/7 by the respectful neighbors. We have had issues in the past with them since the moving. They have complained about our porch light, demanding that we shut off our lights. They have shown that they are sensitive to any lights, and we are concerned that there will be continuous issue forward since more windows will be added. Therefore, I believe if you approve these windows adjacent to my property, the 900 channel owners will continue the nitpicking complaints. We will make it a hostile environment for us. In addition to that, I would like to mention that the previous posting on the 900 property was not added for this hearing today. Therefore, I believe some of the neighbors were not aware of the hearing today, and I have not been able to express their concerns. Thank you.
Very good. If the second DR requester is online, please raise your hand. Okay. Not seeing any other raised hands. Let's go to public comment. To Vivi.
Hi, yes, I'm the resident of 906 Chenery. In regards to the already proven light sensitivity of these neighbors, we have a porch light under our awning for safety. Our building was broken a year before we moved in, and they had complained that they had did a lights off time of 9 o'clock for 2 grown adults, so that we would turn our lights off. That prevented that weren't even their bedrooms. So I do say that this is a not one size fits all for code in the sense of this is acceptable. These neighborhoods have been nothing but kind of nightmarish as far as welcoming or being planning or being light sensitive, and adding more windows is not going to help the situation. And I would like to repeat what my mom said. There's no signage posted in front of the building about this meeting. And I would like to also add that this is not going to add any housing for any. This is literally for their aesthetic. That is it. It's not going to add any value to the neighborhood, as the designer said. And we're not asking for much. All we're asking for is for you to request a redesign, for you not to have any windows on the property. If you stick your hand out the current window to your wrist, your fingertips will be on our property. So that is how close in proximity we are talking about. We are not talking about any tree divides, any bush divides, any. When I was a child, that room was occupied by a boy. Would walk past him, would see him naked. And it's not a good place for privacy at windows there. And it's just not a good idea. And I request an exceptional circumstances for this property considering close proximity.
Thank you. That is your time. And just for the record, commissioners, the person who just last spoke occupies the same property as the DR requester. I afforded her the 2 minutes because her mother left 2.5 minutes of her 5 minutes. So just so for clarity. Project sponsor, you left more than, 5 minutes on your time. I don't know if you want to continue with your presentation now.
Thank you.
Give them 5 minutes. They left like 8 or something.
So I would just like to reiterate that my clients care about privacy as well, and that's a two-way privacy. And we do still, while we respectfully understand that the neighbors feel differently, we do feel strongly that we have improved privacy in this respect, because the portion of the lot that is being discussed in this is the front of the adjacent property and the front deck and the side yard and side deck and side windows and doors of the subject property. We have modulated that to actually eliminate a deck that is active next to their active front deck. We have reduced the windows that are currently facing into that deck and an active stair and an active French door into minimal ribbon windows that would require a step stool to look out of from my client's property. And the other windows that are being described as objectionable are well above their roof line. It's looking, as Mr. Winslow pointed out, the closer one is looking at their roof. The front one is well at the front of the property, quite far away from their home. So that's my position, and I think Carla may also like to.
Yeah, and I would just, as the homeowner, I would like to address sort of the statement that we've been very sensitive to light. I think when our neighbors installed the lights, we inquired about, hey, could we put a timer on it? And they were like, no, we're concerned about safety, and we left it at that. And it's been years, and we haven't said a word about the lighting. And so I think that longevity has proven that we are not overly sensitive to the light situation because we have allowed it to be. And would just like to echo Claire's points of, clear-story windows. We've invited both Evelia and Viviana to view our plans. We would like to show them, hey, look, this is where the windows will go. Here's how you can see that we will physically not be able to see into your property. We've either received hostile responses or no responses to those multiple requests. So my hope is we'll be able to move forward with the plans, and they will eventually see that these windows are not visible, are not going to be us spying on their property. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to give the second DR requester one last chance to raise their hand. If you're calling in, you need to press *3, or if you're joining us via WebEx, you need to raise your hand. Okay. Ms. Matsuda, you have a 2-minute rebuttal.
I would like to mention about something that is very important to me. In case my rights as a homeowner is not respected, as what I said about my concern, that it's only one entrance, it's not as easy as they said, that the windows just would be hanging in there. It just, the situation is that we have to, in order for enter in and out from a property, I want to emphasize that it's not that just there's trees or whatever, it's just there, I see their wall right now. And also I would like to mention that since we bought our home in 1981, we have had 4 homeowners, and nobody have that incredible idea to have all these windows. That is really unbelievable intrusive to our property. Also, I would like to ask you that in the case that you decide to go forward, and I respect my concern, I would like to get, according to the city bulletin number AB009, item number 7, I need to get an approved and recorded and signed document where this document indicates that I will cover those windows as soon as I'm ready to build adjacent to the property. This is very important to me, and this has to be handled to me prior to any constructions of the windows. Thank you. Oh,
I'm going to unmute her. It sounded like she had a couple more comments. You have a few more seconds left.
yes, in addition to about the lights, probably the reason why I was not commenting about or saying anything about the lights is because we have a situation that it was caused by their property tree and a home in damage our home. This is why probably there was not any more issues about our lights. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, project sponsor, you have a 2-minute rebuttal. If you care to use it, I mean.
No, I'm good.
Okay. With that, Commissioners, the public hearing portion of this hearing is closed, and this matter is now before you.
Okay, at the risk of prolonging us for no reason, I'll just say, on behalf of everybody, curtains are great for privacy because windows work both ways. You can see in, you can see out. If you're exiting your home and somebody can see you, you're exiting your home, usually on a public street where other people can see you. So I'm not really sure what the concern is if you're entering and exiting. You're entering into exiting in a place that's quite visible. It sounds like the project sponsors made a number of changes to the project in respect and deference to neighbors. So happy to see that and hope that you all can continue to live together in some types of harmony. Last thing to Ms. Matsuda. I think Mr. Winslow did explain, but you may not have heard that the property line windows are subject to, being essentially closed up or kind of eliminated if development on your property or wherever they're adjacent to the property line windows occurs, and that will be a statement. I think you said that was recorded on behalf of the project sponsor, correct? Or is that right?
So it's a requirement. DBI, when seeing property line windows, in order to approve them, will make the, here's the form to fill out, record at the recorder's office. That's an agreement basically stating that.
Yeah, so that will be filed with the county recorder once this project gets to the Department of Building Inspections. So still a few stops from now, but that will be a publicly available record that you could pull. That will be part of their documents. With that, I will call on Commissioner Koppel.
I move to not take DR and approve the project.
Second.
Seeing no further deliberation, Commissioners, there is a motion that has been seconded to not take DR and approve the project as proposed. On that motion, Commissioner Braun?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Diamond?
Aye.
Commissioner Imperial?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
And Commission President Tanner?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. And Commissioners, I apologize. I was remiss under Commission comments and questions to remind you, as well as members of the public, that next week and the week after we're starting at noon.
Starting at noon. And today we're going to close in honor of Violet, who's missing her mom this afternoon, but we're glad to have her back here. We are adjourned.